We love that shot we opened with. Manhattan, maybe about 8 miles as the crows fly from where we're at, and just a spectacular day and a really good card, I think. At least a very interesting card.
Very difficult pick six to try and put together, so good luck if you're going after it. It starts in race 3. We'll talk more about it as we get closer. Part of the sequence, grade 3 matron. 4 scratches in here. 3 of them had speed, so really changes things quite a bit. We're going to start with Royal Testament for George Weaver. Eric Cancel will be aboard, and the last 2 tries on grass, including a stakes race at Colonial, both dominant wins.
Dominant wins and showing high speed. Eric got out of her way, let her do her thing. Him and George have become such a good combination, such a lot of trust there between the two of them. And I agree, I think the scratches helped her infinitely.
Helped that one, certainly helped Catalonia as well for Jose D'Angelo, who has been very quick, both of her turf starts and that turf debut. She went very quick at Gulfstream and won by more than 6 lengths.
Yeah, and then that does add speed to the affair, obviously. I just think it's a really interesting race. There's a deep closer in here, too, an Ohio bred, too, Bella Knows, which could benefit if things do heat up on the front end. Plus, my granddaughter, Isabella, Bella Knows. I think I got to go with the hunch,
That
guys.
one got completely left at the gate, still got up to win in the debut for Brad Cox. She's very interesting. Don't think you're going to have that huge price with that trip that we saw from her first time out.
No.
Here's a look at what's ahead on our Thursday action presented by Claiborne Farm. So fast and firm, $26,885 pick six carryover. That begins in race 3. Includes the matron we just talked about, and we'll have action from Horseshoe Indy, where they are fast and firm. Opening race, 2-year-old maiden special weight to kick off the action from Shelbyville, Indiana. How do you play today? Right there, NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started if you have not already. The offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus. When new members punch in that code at sign up, match 200. And you're ready to roll. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com. We kick off the card, $35,000 maiden claiming race, 6 furlongs. Huge scratch here with a 6 coming out, who would have been pretty heavy favorite in this spot for George Weaver, dropping class. With that one gone, 6-5. You really want to take 6-5 on someone who was at this level and got beat 18 lengths in the debut? We'll see her in a moment. Let's start with the one piece of gold.
It's going to have to improve from what we've seen in the first 3 starts, but Jimmy Ferrara's horses do improve at racing, and let's be honest, might have landed in a good spot.
Tap it back, first-time starter, so new face for Bruce Levine.
New face. If you're not enamored with anybody else, this is the Stranger Danger.
Rest Ashore should be the speed of the field. Turf sprint speed, gets on dirt for the first time.
Yeah, and does that lend a lot of confidence? I'm not sure, but the speed helps.
Here's the favorite, 6-5, Caitlin's Threes.
Yeah, a horse that did take some money on debut, was well beaten, ran on. I think it's more an indictment of the rest of the field.
Rouge Grand Jour, big price, Jimmy Ferraro.
Going to have to improve after not breaking at all last time.
And big drop in class for Oscar Bound, who debuted on dirt, showed speed, and backed up pretty early on.
It took a lot of money in that maiden restricted allowance, going off at about 4-1. Didn't show anything after being bumped and breaking slowly. Improved on turf. Maybe it's just getting into the right spot with a good draw today.
Caitlin's Threes, assuming named after Caitlin Clark. Fever been rolling despite her being on the bench. Big showing in the playoffs. Here's a look at the debut. Off a half step slow. Did get 3rd place money. It was a 5-horse field who's beat 18 lengths.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she did break a bit slow. She did rush up, so you can expect with a cleaner break, she's going to potentially make the lead here. Keep an eye on the head on here. Slow start, kind of hopped in the air. I thought she actually had a little more trouble with the break than she did. She didn't. I mean, she just broke a step slow.
Yeah, could be 4. I have a hard time seeing her in front of the 3, but we'll see what happens. Dylan Davis back aboard, start number 2. Winner of that race, even though she was beat a long ways, did come back to win again.
I'm looking elsewhere. I don't want anybody at that short a price in here. I'm going to go with the horse that doesn't have any proven form to go on, and that's the 2. Tap It Back. Bruce Levine, for people that don't know, can be very good with first-time starters. Years ago, he made a habit of winning with first-time starters.
Time to bring in, for the first time today, Acacia Clement. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and starting off with the current favorite, Caitlin's Threes, indeed named for Caitlin Clark. It's a great name for sure. And she's in a logical spot, maybe just not as talented perhaps as her human counterpart, but I think that she is well placed. She does come off of avoided claim on debut, but coming back into a logical next spot at the same level, she's a horse that doesn't have the biggest stride on her. I noticed this watching her first race and watching her warm up just now as well. Something that just might have played a little bit of a part in that as well. And while it was a $35,000 claiming race that she debuted in, the winner, One More Freud, who did win by open lengths, did come back to win a stake with an 80 Beyer speed figure in her subsequent start. So Caitlin's Threes, she's sharp. She warmed up, moving fine out there. Like I said, just not one that really reaches a ton, but very energetic, and I think should be a lot quicker today, especially given how Dylan Davis took her right away from the pony. Like I said, she's logical in here, but I'm like Richie. I like the first-time starter, Tap It Back, who is the daughter of Cloud Computing. The dam was 1 for 17. Only win was on the turf, but both of the siblings did win on the dirt, one on a wet track, the other one a decent sprinter. But this one, the more that I watched her, the more that I liked her. She at first, when I looked at her before the tack was put on, I said, I wonder, maybe does she need a race to tuck up? But when they put the saddle on her, she really kind of perked up, moved very well out there on the track. And I think more than anything, she's strong, which I appreciate. I think that's probably the most important thing for dirt, is having an engine very well muscled in those hindquarters, and something that I think makes quite a bit of difference. So I liked her. I think that she is a logical alternative to some of the ones that have started already. The number 7, Oscar Bound, goes back to a dirt sprint, and her benefit is that she's dropping in class for the first time. She did take over to favoritism momentarily. I covered her debut race, in which she was a little bit of a mess prior to the race. She was really hot. She was very green in the preliminaries. She had to be accompanied by a pony early on prior to the race, and I had written down that she looked like she wanted to go longer. Now, she got to go longer last time, but on the turf, she did show some improved speed. I do kind of wish that this was longer on the dirt versus turf. I don't mind her going back to the main track. She's been much more professional. She was the only one that did get hot, and it is much cooler today, but I think it's just that she has a very high energy demeanor. So while she's pretty big, because of how she acts, that may be why they're going back to a sprint distance, and she is now your favorite, as she'll face Claiming Company for the first time, Greg.
All right, thanks, Acacia. Pick 5 pool, approaching $200,000 and growing. She has become the favorite. The one Acacia was just touching on, Oscar Bound, from that outside post. So we'll see if that speed can last a little bit longer with the easier company.
Yeah, and the fact that this filly took meaningful money first time out in a restricted maiden special weight, it tells me that she had shown some, ability in the mornings, well drawn outside in this group as well. I will say this about the 4, Caitlin's Threes, who is now your second choice. She has not stopped moving the entire warm-up, and she's a little bit of a horse that looks a bit tight behind, but Dylan Davis has not stopped warming her up from the moment he's hit the racetrack.
She is 8-5 here for start number 2. As the 7 is at that same number and the slight choice on top. Again, it looks like they're all going to be chasing. I mean, the 7 is going to be quick early too, but from that outside post, I would think this turf sprinter, the 3, has a good chance to be the one in front.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, look at the fractions that she was, on top of or chasing much faster than they're going to be able to even run today. From a pedigree standpoint, the dam was 2 for 2 starting her career on dirt, did try turf once, so there is some dirt pedigree to go on there as well with the 3, rest assured.
So 9-1, Romero Mirage on this Daughter of Constitution. See if she is quick. Turf sprint speed usually means speed of the speed when the shift to dirt. They'll have it on both surfaces, not always the other way around.
I think speed's important to have in these kind of races. It's always been my contention that lower level horses are more easily discouraged than, horses that run in better races. And they have to run where you've been. They don't. If you have speed.
Late scratch being announced right now. It's the 4. Caitlin's Threes is coming off the board. As you see there, the starting gate crew right to work, and it's already off.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by this. She was constantly warming up under Dylan Davis. Never looked like she was moving as free behind as you want to see a horse. And, you know, this is important that you have these safety protocols in place. You have examining veterinarians stationed around the racetrack, particularly at the starting gate. Nobody wants a horse that's not 100% competing. It's, you know, keep it safer for the horses, the riders, and certainly protecting the betting public.
So Dylan Davis will have to wait for his first mount of the afternoon. Caitlin's threes will have to wait for start number 2 of her career, Rob Falcone Jr. And it takes a major player off the board with that. 3-5 now on Oscar Bound, who checked out pretty quickly in that debut, albeit against a little bit better company first time out.
And I think the fact that this horse took money on debut in a tougher spot, came back and showed, you know, a lot more than anybody else has shown, albeit on a different surface and a different distance. I think the 3, Rest Assured, is actually benefited by this because I thought the only one that could entertain her at all early was the 4, Caitlin's threes.
Don't forget, pick 6 carryover, starts in race 3. I don't know how far ahead you looked at the card. We're only on till about just before 4 o'clock Eastern time. It is incredibly difficult to find a single anywhere in the sequence. Probably if most people, if they are looking for one, it's probably race 6, Master of Arms. But that one with some major red flags with that huge drop in class.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't that precipitous drop in class just give you a little bit of a queasy feeling?
Mike Maker, 5-month layoff, off since May 11th, and competitive still. The last time we saw him against a lot better company, it's never that easy in this game, is it?
It's not. You know, think about stock. Your stock is worth something today. What is it worth tomorrow? Or what will it be worth next week? It's kind of a similar
Probably going to be a single, though, for many.
Yep.
Playing this pick 6 today. Still got a little time to think your tickets through. That starts in race 3. Here's the opener. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Side and goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward, but quickly was Oscar Bound, who's right out towards the front. Taken back will be Rest Assured, so it's an easy lead for Oscar Bound, as well clear as up by 2. Rest Assured is going to stalk from the outside, moves in closer now as they slacken off of that early tempo. At the rail comes Piece of Gold. Both a step slow there was Rouge Grandeur and also Tap It Back. They're the 2 trailers as they work up the backstretch here in the opener, and the favorite is in command, 23.38. Easy, unopposed, opening quarter mile. Oscar Bound, no excuses, takes him into the far turn, is up by 3. Shoved along is Rest Assured, trying to keep up. Same can be said for Piece of Gold, scrubbed along towards the outside. Here comes a run from Tap It Back, is trying to make up some ground, but that's a confident long look back here from Jose Gomez as they approach a quarter mile left to go. And just galloping along here is Oscar Bound and is extending the margin with every stride. Oscar Bound approaches a final furlong as 10 in front. Battling on there is Piece of Gold to the inside of Tap It Back. But this winner is way out in front, barely being asked. Oscar Bound. This is an easy performance here. Will win the opener at 4-5. Impressively. Oscar Bound does it. Then came Tap It Back and Piece of Gold. 1 minute 12.34 seconds.
Few jumps in. This race was over pretty early for Oscar Bound. Let's look at the start, though.
Yeah, she's on the far outside. Your winner, she broke, ducked out to that empty space. We talk about young horses, corrected, showed speed, angled over. A rider has the right to take any portion of the racetrack as he's clear. You saw Jose Gomez. He was clear. He angled over. And I'm going to go out on a limb here, Greg, and say I think I could have won on this one. You know what? I'll go further out on that limb. I think you could have won on this one.
Thank you. Yeah, that would probably be true. Odds on here, 4-5. No question about it. A couple jumps in, this race was over. Just no response from the rest of this group. That peek back from Jose Gomez, you knew he had plenty under the tank.
Now, she just won as easy as a horse could win, never under any kind of pressure. Jose took a peek back, and he's like, well, kind of like the situation I'm in. Now, if you're the trainer, I guess you're waiting to get down there and see if they hang a red tag on you, which means the horse was claimed. If she doesn't get claimed, now they got a starter optional race to go to. I'm sure at this moment they're really hoping they didn't lose her.
Pretty big margin. Not the sharpest final time in the world, but still, when you win by that kind of margin, probably not a whole lot behind her. But you still think she could have won 60 pounds over?
Yeah.
Oscar Bound, odds on 4-5, 7, long way back to the 2, 1, and 3 to round out your top 4. Our colleague, he'll be in town this weekend, the quickest 2-year-old in the country. It's our time, that jaw-dropping debut at Saratoga, ready to stretch out to a mile in the Champagne. We'll have a preview coming up.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. No doubt about the winner in the opener, Oscar Bound, breaking her maiden with Jose Gomez aboard, who joins me now. Jose, she had the outside post, and she broke out pretty sharply there. Talk to me a little bit about that feeling with a young horse, obviously still figuring things out.
Well, yeah, last time I rode her, we went a mile and 16th on the grass. You know, she come out of the running as well, so I knew today we were going to cutting back and back on a dirt, but, you know, in an easier level, I knew she was going to be sharp coming out of there. And, you know, with the scratches of 2 other, you know, decent horses, nice horses, it just made my job a whole lot easier. You know, she just broke out of there and just did her thing.
She went right to the front, and you kind of took a peek back. That must be a nice feeling when you know you have a lot of horse underneath you and your lengths in front like that.
Yeah, of course. You know, she's coming out of tougher races, so I figured I was really confident in her today, and Melanie and her team do a great job, so I had all the confidence in the world.
And like you said, you rode her last time against tougher, albeit on the turf. But when you get a chance to kind of get to know a horse, especially a young horse, how big a deal is that for a jockey when you kind of get familiar with them, any little quirks that they may have?
Well, yeah, it's like, you know, with anything, you know, once you're familiar with it, you're a lot more comfortable with them. So she's very straightforward, you know, nothing funny about her, you know, just knew her a little bit more. And like I said, made my job a whole lot easier.
Certainly easy for the both of you there with the win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good way to start the afternoon, Greg.
Nothing like getting your picture taken to kick things off. And young rider getting a good opportunity here. Oscar Bound, odds on. And it was a long, long way back to second.
Yeah, it was. The first-time starter, Tap It Back, who did break slow, was well-beaten second. Piece of Gold certainly improved for Jimmy Ferrara's horses do get better at racing, but Oscar Brown was in a race of her own, and good to see Jose Gomez in the winner's circle.
Race 2 starts the early pick 4, maiden special weight at a mile and a 16th for 2-year-olds. Big scratch with Glavin coming out. It just missed. First time out for Tom Morley. With that, it is underbidder. Chad Brown debuter. The Dam won the Lake George, the Miss Grillo. Debuting with Pratt aboard.
Yeah, so she was a graded stakes winner, trained by Chad Brown, the Dam, and she's had one other foal to race, and that's Gratefully, who is now 2 for 2 in her career, sprinting on the dirt. But at
Both
least
races came off the turf, yeah.
Yeah, but right, they were looking for turf for her, but at least she's shown she's already thrown a horse with some ability.
Yeah. Right now, 5-2 underbidder with the debut coming up. So more in race 2 in just a little moment. Huge anticipation of what we have ahead this weekend. Pilgrim, Futurity on Friday. Incredible lineup on Saturday. That includes one of the most brilliant debuts from a 2-year-old we have ever seen at Saratoga. It's our time for our colleague Tom Amoss, the Grade 1 Champagne. 1-turn miles race, 7 on Saturday, 3:20 Eastern start time, 94 buyer, was 17 3/4 lengths back to the runner-up. And keep in mind, the runner-up was probably the most highly talked about 2-year-old on the grounds all summer.
Yeah, from Whit Beckman, who had a filly, Carmel Coast, who's in the Frizette, and they thought that they were certainly on a par, if not the colt better. So no one really saw this one coming to win by as many lengths, 17 3/4 lengths. He's fast, doesn't look like he's doing anything. I think Tom chose the 1-turn mile, the kind of more progression, right? Instead of going from one sprint to a 2-turn race, this gives him a chance to see how far he might really want to go, but no denying his ability.
So much anticipation to see start number 2 after that jaw-dropping debut. I mean, this had the entire sport talking what we saw in that performance.
You know, it had me thinking a lot about the kid I was watching Seattle Slew break his maiden at Belmont Park. You know, I love the fact, Greg, that horses can transport me back in time and make me feel like I'm just falling in love with the game again.
Owners who had seen Tom, as we take a look at top 2-year-old buyers this year, on the show, on Saratoga Live, and reached out to him. They had no prior relationship, and that's how they got paired up together. Brant, quickest number we've seen. Ted Noffey, who we're going to see at Keeneland over the weekend. Englishman, and then It's Our Time. And it's tough to kind of gauge in terms of, some people felt that buyer speed figure maybe could have been a little bit higher, because 6.5 furlongs, a little bit tough to gauge sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to profess to understand the formula, how they come up with those numbers. If someone had asked me what I thought, I would have thought it would have been higher. But again, that's not my area of expertise. And I find it cool that they reached out to Tom, because Tom obviously very good on air, but he doesn't just talk the talk. He walks the walk. One of the most successful horse trainers in North American history.
No question. Part of that 4,000 win club and the highest percentage trainer of anybody in that 4,000 win club. Let's bring in Acacia as we get set to see some of these 2-year-olds, including It's Our Time this weekend here in New York.
Yeah, cannot wait for that Champagne on Saturday, Greg. And of course, It's Our Time, kind of one of the headliners. You've got a couple of others in there that have run some very fast buyer speed figures, but I'm really looking forward to seeing all of them and seeing if they can take a step forward. One of which I'm intrigued by is Universe for Kenny McPeak, who did win and break his maiden at First Asking when things didn't necessarily go his way. He hit the gate really hard at the start, and he did debut winning at 7 furlongs. I know he was not nearly as fast as some of the others in here, but I'd written down that he was a horse that I'd really liked the workouts, and looking at him in the paddock, just thought maybe a horse that might need a race, and yet he still won like that. So a horse that I'm very intrigued to see if he can take a step forward in his second start. Like I said, debuting at 7, not an easy thing to do, and could set the foundation as all of them will try to stretch out, including It's Our Time, to the mile of this Champagne, and that's sometimes where the distance can be oh God, that's a great equalizer in there, and really excited to see what all of those 2-year-olds can do this weekend, Greg.
Don't get stung, Acacia. We need you for the weekend. Frizette, you brought it up earlier. Stablemate to that highly touted 2-year-old who got walloped by It's Our Time for Whit Beckman, Carmel Coast. We're going to see her grade 1 for Zed. She was dominant in the debut at Saratoga August 10th. 86 by her in the win in the debut.
Yeah, and she was just so impressive the way she did things. You know, I talk about it a lot, not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. I mean, Kendra Carmouche rode her out of there. She established the lead, got very comfortable, and when he asked her, she just kept finding. And she doesn't stride like a horse that you would believe is a sprinter. She strides to me like more like a horse that's going to appreciate stretching out at least to the mile distance of the Frizette. I think she's going to be super tough to beat here. And then the fact that lovely Christina came back to win nicely in her second start kind of speaks to the quality of that first race.
I would think this one, though, going to be a pretty heavy favorite for start number 2. That was big time what she did first out. Kendra Carmouche will be back aboard for Whit Beckman. 7-2. I doubt it. Iron Orchard, though, you see on the board New York bred, who's 2 for 2, seeking the Annie win as well. That one for Danny Gargan. Very quick early and now undefeated in 2 starts.
She's very quick early. She's only, faced restricted company, a restricted maiden race, and then state bred race. But the way she wins really leaves you with the impression that she's winning with something left. She's going to need to find more, but I believe there is more there.
Won by more than 12 lengths in her 2 starts so far combined. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back early pick 4 when we return. Approaching the 13-minute mark to post. Chad Brown's first-time starter, Flavien Prat, will ride Underbidder. Mom was a multiple graded stakes winner. Debut for this 2-year-old when we come back.
Now 650. I'm paying 650. I'm paying 650,000. Not anybody else won. 650,000. Not a bit today. $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races in the most impressive 2-year-old debut of the year. It's Our Time, won by nearly 18 lengths.
What an awesome performance from It's Our Time. He's going to win by the length of the stretch.
And now starts in the Champagne Stakes, a win in your challenge for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, one of 5 stakes races from Belmont at the Big A. America's Day at the Races, Saturday, noon Eastern on FS1.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Early pick 4, and that is the current favorite, 8-5. That price has gotten even shorter since we've gone to break. Underbidder, first-time starter for Chad Brown. Flavien Prat will ride for Klarovich Stables. The one to beat in an interesting race to start off the sequence.
It is an interesting race, and I think people are looking for an alternative to what they've seen from the horses that have run. But there's some pedigrees to go on here, and obviously Chad Brown and Flavien Prat are always going to garner attention anyway.
So short price on one with big pedigree, certainly bottom side with more. Let's head down to Acacia.
And starting things off with that first-time starter and underbidder, Greg, as you guys were mentioning, the half-brother too, gratefully. Yes, both of those races that she did win sprinting came off the turf, and while she won, she looks like a turf horse, and so maybe one day she will get a chance to run on the grass. This one certainly looks like he is well spotted out of Selflessly with her turf record. Now, Charlatan has actually had a couple of decent turf runners. He has not been a sire that has set the world on fire thus far, even though they did sell quite well last year, just as far as what they've done on the track thus far. Now, looking at him, he was one that was pretty vocal first coming here into the paddock. You might have heard in the background of that last hit. He's got two handlers on his head. He just seems like a bit of a bull type of horse with that dominant presence, not being overly naughty. Just going to keep an eye on him throughout and make sure that he does have his mind on business. He does look fit enough coming in here, and have found over the summer that the horses, especially firsters or those prepared off of big layoffs that have trained with Chad's string over at Monmouth Park, have come here to the NYRA circuit ready to run, and this guy does look ready as well. Like I said, just wondering mentally if he's totally focused and clued in. Another first-time starter that caught my eye was the 3 Jubilee Parade, a homebred for Juddmonte, out of a mare who was 0 for 3, but she's the sister to Broach, who was a Group 2 winner, actually the Dam of Mandaloun as well, so there is some pedigree in there. This guy, not the biggest, a very kind of European looking, but incredibly athletic. Very well spotted for here and very, very fit. Also one that got much sharper once they put the tack on him as well. The number 1, Jet Off, getting to stretch out in distance for George Weaver. He's got plenty of speed. I remember seeing him first time out and thinking, maybe he doesn't look 100% fit. Well, he still doesn't really look like he's gotten much more fit. He is a big, burly individual, but he's big. He definitely looks like he wants more distance and will appreciate getting to go longer when using speed. Last time out as the favorite in that race over at Kentucky Downs. He did fade when pressed, but this is a different type of track that I think he will appreciate. The number 4, Omaha Storm, another second-time starter. Horse that did get a little bit keen and then flattened late. I think that this one mentally has taken a huge step forward, as he was incredibly green first time out, really acting up. He is way more settled and focused today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here's our post parade. We start with Jet Off. Looks like speed on the inside.
Yeah, a lot of speed here on the stretch out. Takes the blinkers off, maybe trying to control or temper that speed a bit.
Bold statement. Mom won the grade 3 way at 1.5 miles on the grass.
Yeah, trained by Jorge Duarte for Rich Chantuli's Colts Next Stable. They do a good job.
Homebred for Juddmonte and trained by Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Jubilee Parade.
Very strong pedigree there by Kingman, and I like the remarks that Acacia had about her.
Omaha Storm coming out of the race where the favorite would have come from. Glavin, though, scratch, was runner-up.
Now, this is what I like. I thought this horse was a bit keen and can improve off of that effort.
Todd Pletcher, first-time starter. Bellamy.
Steady work tab into this.
Capo di Tutti, second-time starter. Danny Gargan gets on turf first time.
Capo di Tutti, boss of all, instead of Capo di Tutti Capo, which would be boss of all bosses.
Underbidder, 9-5 favorite Chad Brown.
Taking the money, has the pedigree, trained by the right guy, ridden by the right guy.
Copa de Plata, Marcassi runner, was in that Schwarzenegger race when he got run down by Atfield sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, just completely outrun early. I'm sure he's going to appreciate stretching out.
And Kaz Brio, start number 2, did not do a whole lot of running in that turf sprint debut.
Nah, broke slow, didn't take any money. He's going to have to improve dramatically.
Let's go back to the Mark Hennig runner, where you're winding up. Omaha Storm was 11-1 in that debut, well behind Glavin. Yeah, there's some pedigree to be good on the grass. Second time run a 91 buyer on the turf back in her day.
Yeah, going from that good Phillips Racing partnership, the family, they've bred good horses on the turf forever. Have several races named for horses, Memories of Silver, horses that they campaigned. So there's pedigree there. I just thought this horse looked like a horse that was going to improve off of the race. Ran kind of evenly after maybe wanting to do more than the rider wanted to do first time. Get Johnny Velasquez. He and Mark Hennig have been teaming up to win races for as long as I can remember. And I like the fact that he has a race under his belt from a physical fitness standpoint. And certainly with this horse from a mental standpoint, looks like the race did him a lot of good.
Yeah, it was a little all over the place early on in that debut.
Yeah, he just wasn't settled. He just, wasn't quite sure of his job. Sometimes all it takes is a race to kind of really focus them in.
Meanwhile, here's Bold Statement. This is a big price on one with some pedigree. Bold Statement. Mentioned the dam won the grade 3 Weah on the grass at 1.5 miles. Produced also a horse named Heathguard, who was a 2-time winner routing on the turf.
Yeah, no, there is certainly pedigree there that would suggest that this horse could have some ability. I love the fact that the horse got good turf works at their private training center in Colts Neck.
Too big a number, 18-1, first time out.
Moving nice on the track too, isn't he?
Yeah.
Light on his feet, maybe making a nice impression.
So Romero Mirage will get the call for the debut for this one for Colts Neck Stables. Let's head downstairs for more on this first timer with Acacia.
Yeah, I agree with Richie. I thought the warm-up was nice from Bold Statement and very professional once they broke away from the pony as well. And yes, it does come in from Colts Neck Stables with the opportunity to train on the turf there for Jorge Duarte, a private trainer for Colts Neck as well. One thing I will say about this guy, though, he is tall and lanky. Certainly looks like, yes, distance will be his friend. As you mentioned, Dam won the Weah, the Long Island. Longer the better. And it looks like for this guy, longer the better is going to be the case as well. I also do think that he will benefit from a start just to bring up that top line, strengthen a little bit overall, but certainly one that kind of floats over the track. Often those really nice movers really do take nicely to the turf. And like I said, he has been professional. The number 6, Capo di Tutti, gets onto the turf for the first time. In the first generation in the immediate pedigree, there's not a ton of turf. The dam was 0 for 5 over 3 on the grass, but she is the sister to actually a couple of nice turf horses. And Mr. Karis, who is the Neil Drysdale filly that ran here quite a bit, and Up the Ante, who was multiple stakes placed on the turf as well. So there actually is some pedigree for it, though Mackenzie's, you don't necessarily think of him as a big turf influence. Some of them can handle it. This was a horse that I thought was a little bit interesting at a huge price on debut. Ran in that Universe race, and he'd been training with an older horse, the Graded Stakes winner and Society Man. He didn't fire that day. He wasn't quick out of the gate. Getting onto the turf today, he has a bit of a turf hoof. I can see it. He also does move with a lot of suspension in his stride. I think he needs to improve and take a step forward, but he is a horse that has strengthened from first to second start. And we'll see if the surface switch helps him to take that jump forward in his second race, Greg.
12-1 right now for this Danny Gargan second-time starter.
Yeah, that was the first thing that I kind of jumped off the page at me. I just wasn't overwhelmed with the turf pedigree supporting this, but the horse does have a race under his belt. Danny Gargan trains in Saratoga. I'm sure he had an opportunity at some point to put this horse on the grass, even just for a gallop, to see how he got over it. Wouldn't shock me. I mean, the first timer's taking the most money. The 4 Omaha Storm, who I like, has been bet down now to 7-2. He was 5-2 momentarily. I thought there was several ways you can go.
George Weaver Barn going to play, you would think, a big factor in that matron. They'll have Royal Testament. Eric Cancel will ride, and Cancel will be aboard for Weaver here on this one, the one Jet Off, where it looked they have to be aggressive with this one, don't they?
Well, they're taking the blinkers off. I'm sure to try to get this horse a little bit off the bridle so he doesn't do too much, because he's just got so much natural speed. You see last time 22 flat, 44 and change, he's in front. Blinkers off, inside post. The idea is if you can get him to go to the lead, but then settle on the lead, right? His ears come up, relax, save some energy.
And then quite often, yeah, you'll see a much better finish after he packed it in pretty early last time out. But it looks like he should be able to control up front from what we've seen of those who have run in this spot. Certainly he's very quick early. 4-1 here on Jet Off for the Weaver Barn.
And a good friend of mine, someone who I think is a terrific handicapper, Michael Canali, loves that blinkers off angle, particularly on the stretch out.
Here's a look at a first-time starter. Bill Mott, the homebred for Judd Mott Jubilee Parade. Taking money, 9-2, a Kingman first-time starter.
Pedigree, pedigree there. I like the comments from Acacia about this horse. A little bit green as he was making his way up to the gate. Not terribly. I mean, this is or to the turf course, I should say. first-time starters. And also the other thing is, Greg, they don't train here at Aqueduct anymore. They have to ship here from wherever they're training. Most of them, the majority of them, are shipping over from Belmont Park. Some of them are shipping from private training centers like the 2 Bold Statement or up from Saratoga.
Yeah.
So they've never seen the place is the point. So a lot of new things for them.
Here's the speed with Eric Cancel on those red and white silks for George Weaver. You'll have maybe the favorite in that Grade 3 matron later to come with Cancel aboard, Royal Testament.
The key to it, though, for Eric Cancel is to allow this horse to get in a rhythm. Don't get in a fight. You don't have to send this horse natural speed, but you don't want to overdo it trying to restrain them. Use their energy in an efficient manner.
Meanwhile, the Chad Brown first-time starter have been favored throughout the 7 underbidder with Flavien Prat. There he is, about to load those Klarovich Stable Silks, set for race 2 on this Thursday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
John Velasquez moving forward. Here's Copa de Plata and Casbrio. Last to load to the outside. Casbrio. Right behind the gate. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Omaha Storm broke sharply from in between horses. There's Bold Statement right there too. At the rail, Jet Off wants to take command. Now 3 across the courses. Bellamy is going to join that early fray. It's now Jet Off. Eric Cancel, they were intent on being up front, and now they take him into the turn, right back behind them. A full length in second. There comes Bold Statement. At the rail, it's a well-settled tight hold here on Omaha Storm. Wants to go. John Velasquez is tucked in here at the rail in third. 23.56 for the opening quarter mile. Bellamy was forwardly placed, is now back to 4th. They're followed by Jubilee Parade, who's patiently ridden. Junior Alvarado just had to steady, maybe a little keen there as Jubilee Parade, about to be joined to the outside by Capa de Tutti. Then Copa de Plata, and followed by Underbidder and the Triller, Casbrio. They work up the backstretch, and now, well settled is Jet Off. Jet Off is just loping along. Bold Statement to the outside. 48.77 for a half-mile time is ready to go. Less than a half-mile to go, and Omaha Storm now getting closer, is just inching towards these leaders as they get set to work into the far turn. Bellamy is going to make the first move. And here's Bellamy, 3 wide, is ranging up and is coming after the leader, Jet Off. It's Jet Off, who's now asked for the full effort. Jet Off, Bold Statement in between horses. Bellamy, Omaha Storm now gets the cue. Just had to steady briefly as they reach the top of the stretch. It is still Jet Off fending him off. Jet Off is in front. Jubilee Parade is now tipped towards the outside. They continue to chase this leader. Underbidder is lifting grandstand side, and here comes Underbidder on the far outside. Omaha Storm, though, the first one who comes after Jet Off, and Omaha Storm now pushes on by. Jet Off is not going away inside this final 16th, but Omaha Storm wins it. Omaha Storm over Jet Off, Underbidder, and that was a late rally there for a photo from Copa de Plata in 1 minute 42 and 4.
Omaha Storm rolls right on by Jet Off, who set the pace under Eric Cancel. Breaks the maiden start number 2.
Great trip by Johnny Velasquez. His horse was keen early. He got him to settle in the pocket. Now watch when the first horse, Bellamy, makes his run. Johnny Velasquez is on the 4, the blue colors. He's up inside the 2. Watch how the 2 gets leaning on him. He's got to put his horse's shoulder on just a little bit right there to make sure he can continue to hold his spot. So he had a little body contact there. Very brave move by John Velasquez, as well as his mount, Omaha Storm. He came out, found more. Very game effort by Jet Off, who settled beautifully under Eric Cancel on the lead, but just came up second best as Omaha Storm. Great trip, great ride, and improved from first to second start from Mark Hennig.
And Chad Brown, first-time starter who went off favorite, winds up 3rd in the end. Omaha Storm 7-2, 4-1-7-8 here in the second. And the horse who likely would have been favored in here, although tough to tell with that Chad Brown first, or Glavin. This horse was coming out of the Glavin race. That horse scratched.
Came out of the Glavin race. Glavin didn't have a great draw today. He wound up scratching. We don't know why, but he was very good that day. But Omaha Storm, I thought, had a lot of upside out of that race. He just made a lot of mistakes first time. A little bit too keen, a little bit unfocused. Today, he was 100% focused in the bridle. And when you get that beautiful ground-saving pocket trip on the turf, and you have a little bit of horse, it's a pretty good feeling, Greg.
Mark Hennig saw high fives there, gets the win, had a win on the turf last week as well. It's Omaha Storm, Johnny V and the Irons the win. Tommy Joe, Ted Noffey, Spinaway, hopeful winners for Pletcher, back in action this weekend at Keeneland. Can they keep things rolling? We'll have a preview ahead.
The grand finale of the yearling sale season. 2 catalogs offering quality yearlings by the nation's top sires. A sale that has produced scary good results with 5 Breeders' Cup wins in the last 3 years. Recent grads include Eclipse Champion and Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, Eclipse Champion, Soul of an Angel, and many more of the sport's current stars. The Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearling Sale, October 20th through 23rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 2. And we're into fall, which means Breeders' Cup right around the corner. The clock is on. We'll get to some Breeders' Cup contenders in action this weekend in a moment. First up, Omaha Storm, though, the win in race 2. Mark Hennig-Barn, John Velasquez will be busy this weekend on some talented 2-year-olds. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I'm very happy to be joined by winning trainer Mark Hennig. As Mark with Omaha Storm, what a difference mentally from first to second. Really seemed like he benefited from that debut.
Definitely. Well, he had an experience the first time because he was kind of between horses the whole time and behind a horse, and he was green and he was a little bit, a little bit chicken about it, But I felt like he really came back and trained well since and gained a lot of confidence off that effort and had a much better trip today.
He certainly did. Johnny giving him that kind of ideal inside-out type of turf trip. Had to muscle out a touch, but he really seemed like he was, like you said, a lot more courageous today.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, coming around the turn, I'm like, it just needs to get out, and so I'm kind of start to take back to try to find the right slot, but worked out well.
Barn has been going really well. It's one and done today. As far as runners this afternoon, has to be really rewarding, especially with young horses like this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we had a bit of a cool couple of months there for during Saratoga, but the game goes like that.
Yes, it does. Well, congratulations on a very nice 2-year-old winner today.
All right, thank you, Casey.
Greg.
Good for Mark Hennig. He's having a nice last couple of weeks here Omaha Storm, second time out, big improvement.
I think it's just a prime example of how much benefit a horse can get out of one start. You know, he seemed unfocused to me. Mark said he seemed like he was a little bit scared or intimidated in between horses. And sometimes, because I thought he got keen, that's a horse's defense mechanism. You know, they're a flight animal. I'm uncomfortable where I'm at. Let me just try to run as fast as I can to get out of it, and they don't use their energy efficiently. Today, he did everything right.
Stick with a John Velasquez theme here in a moment. Let's give you prices. $9.82 for the win. Johnny V aboard for Mark Hennig. Quickly set up the third. And the start of this pick six carryover, 26,800 plus, starts right here. 7 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up. In a conditioned $50,000 claiming race. Flying Liam will not be 14-1. Don't get too excited here. 4.5-month layoff. Definitely the horse to beat.
Yeah, I just looked up at that, and it kind of took me off guard, too, to see that big a price. He certainly has races that are going to make him very competitive here.
All right, so back to this big weekend ahead in terms of the Breeders' Cup Championships, and John Velasquez with two maybe leaders in the clubhouse of this 2-year-old division. Let's start with a spin-away winner, Tommy Joe. Perfect 2 for 2. Looked very good first time out. Looked even better winning the spin-away.
Yeah, just a beautiful moving daughter of Into Mischief, and Into Mischief stamps so many of his horses, right? They're that bay color with that white face. He's got that beautiful stride, really reaches for ground. Now, Johnny broke her maiden. She came back to win Spinaway under Kendrick Carmouche, but Johnny was preoccupied that day riding Fierceness out at Del Mar in the Pacific Classic, so he gets the mount back here, and she just looks like a really exciting prospect.
Dominated the competition in that spin-away, and Percy's Bar will take another crack at her, and she's second choice morning line. She was no match, though, in that spin-away, but things can change quickly. But Tommy Joe just looks like more ground, too, and this will be the first time going 2 turns, the better for her, would you think?
Absolutely. She's got that beautiful, efficient way of going, kind of almost runs a little bit, it looks like downhill, and that's just her reaching and getting extra ground. And she's professional. She's a horse that can create her own trip. She's got enough speed to get forward position, but she waits on her rider.
That's the Alcibiades fillies on Friday. Boys get their turn Saturday. Breeders' Futurity and Spendthrift, Pletcher, and Johnny V, with another undefeated 2-year-old who won the hopeful, Ted Noffey, who was dominant, won by more than 8 lengths on closing day.
And I was watching Ted Noffey warm up for the hopeful. And I never thought a horse could lose watching them warm up. I mean, he just looked like he could not lose the way he was traveling in the warm-up, and then he ran that way. Another horse, very well schooled. Todd Pletcher does such good work with his young horses where he was forward but waiting on Johnny to, ask him for his best, and he just kept finding really jaw-dropping performance in the hopeful.
Another one by Into Mischief, just like his stablemate. 4-5 morning line for Ted Noffey in this spot. We're going to have our colleague Tom Amos with Big Dom take a shot at this one, who's coming off in a maiden win at Saratoga back on August 23rd.
Tom had a little bit of a, problem, right? It's our time, and Big Dom, let's separate him. We get It's Our Time here in the Champagne. Big Dom goes to Keeneland. Nice problems to have. And Tom unveiled a bunch of nice-looking young horses in Saratoga.
Ewing going to show up in this spot as well for Marcassi, winner of the Saratoga Special, who's very much hyped for that debut when he went off at 1-5.
Yeah, and then he came back and he won a stake. I mean, obviously named for Patrick Ewing. So can we say, though, he's no slam dunk in the futurity?
Well done. Frank gave a nice call, too. Yeah, son of Nick's go. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We got race 3, pick 6 carryover coming up. And we just talked about a couple of his huge mounts. Johnny V on the board already today. He's got 2 really good 2-year-olds. He'll be aboard this weekend.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Irad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover. Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tiz the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
And I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
We say it all the time. Manny may be the best athlete in that jockey's room, incredibly talented. He'll be on board a long shot here. Might be up against it on Free Dance from the outside.
He's so physically strong. He can pick horses up, really carry a tired horse a long ways. Listen, every jockey does want to win the Kentucky Derby. A lot of really world-class riders never won a Kentucky Derby. One race shouldn't define you, but a lot of people put that as the benchmark.
14-1 on the one Manny will ride in this race. Free Dance. Favorite, though, Celestial Glaze. Second time in the barn off the claim for Rick Dutrow Jr. Really improved first time in the barn. Let's go downstairs to Acacia for more.
And I think that this horse taking a lot of attention off that 80 buyer speed figure last time out, not to mention after a rather slow Saratoga, we have seen Rick Dutrow's barn be firing since we came back over here to the Belmont at the Big A meet. And as far as Celestial Glaze is concerned, as he does make his second start off of a layoff and the second start for the barn. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, but this is probably the strongest and most bulked up I have seen this horse in quite some time, as he's now a 6-year-old, really strong across his top line, which sometimes is where he can kind of drop off a little bit. As last time out, he was a little bit antsy in the gate, though he broke okay and kind of dropped back and getting through inside before being run down late by Jack's Promise that day. I thought a very good effort, and he has run races that fast in the past, so maybe a little bit of a return to some of the previous form. As you notice, they're putting the blinkers on outside the saddling stall, but he's acting fine today. I think he's a major player, and like I said, very pleased with the way his strength and muscle mass is looking coming in to this race. Just to his outside, the number 6 Nota, first off the claim for Mike Maker. Another horse that I actually haven't seen in a while for whatever reason, but he's another one that looks probably the best that I've seen him, at least versus my last time covering one of his races, where for the longest time he was running against far tougher company. Two back when he finally dropped into this level off of a layoff, he finished a good second behind Stolen Base, and then last time out when he did bump his neighbor at the start, but he was just chasing and ended up kind of being eased in that. Maybe it was too far, maybe it was a wet track. I'm not sure what it was, but it was a very disappointing effort. Coming back, first off the claim for Mike, obviously something dangerous. He looks great in his coat, great in his weight, very laid back here in the paddock. Not uncommon for him, as he's pretty quiet and switched off now as a 5-year-old. And Flavien Prat does climb aboard. I think all good signs. If he can run back to that race 2 back, certainly puts him right in the mix in here. The number 7, Flying Liam, I find very intriguing, as he does come back off of a layoff since May. So he's running for the waiver in here, meaning that he is not in for the claiming tag and he is protected. This is a horse that has some speed. In his last race before the layoff, he was kind of in chase mode, being wide throughout, and he was second best, but he's run some quick races that I think make him in many ways the horse to beat, though the layoff, of course, is a little bit of a question, as he's not run on the NYRA circuit before. I don't have anything to compare to, as he has a little bit of a lighter frame type of horse, and that could just be kind of a Liam's map trait influencing that. So I would say, looking at him, might need to strengthen a little bit with the race, and now as some of the temperatures, especially in the mornings, are getting a bit cooler, he has gotten a touch longer in the coat, but again, nothing to compare to. He looks very fit coming back here off of the layoff for sure, not carrying any excess condition at all. And like I said, as he is technically dropping in class, though protected, his races, if he can run back to those off the bench, certainly make him a big contender in here, Greg.
Wow, you're just looking at the doubles right now. Take a look at Flying Liam back on May 17th. 4th choice in the doubles.
Yeah, this is a horse that's run races certainly good enough. This was a 5.5 furlong race, maybe a little bit shorter than his best, and he was closing steadily, probably too short a race for him. Goes to the bench, comes back with a nice comprehensive work tab. I like to see those 2 5-furlong workouts in there. As you know, Greg, I'm not a time guy, but I do like to see certain spacing between works and the length of works.
Here comes our post parade. We will start with Tarpaulin, who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1. Dominant victories, and odds-on favorite for a softer condition last start, and claimed off of Linda Rice.
Yeah, that was for 17.5, non-winners 2 and a life. This is for 50, an ambitious hike in class, but does come off a huge effort.
Mighty Atlas 0 for 8 this year for Wayne Potts.
Deep closer in a race that doesn't appear to have a tremendous amount of speed signed on.
Crushed it, Linda Rice, Dylan Davis.
This is who I like, a horse that's 1 for 2 at the 7-furlong distance. Showed good speed after stumbling at the start last time. I think the 7/8 is going to be a benefit.
Opened as the favorite, still is. Here's Celestial Glaze, second off the claim, Rick Dutrow Jr.
Well, he talked about Rick Dutrow really struggled in Saratoga, but has been hitting on all cylinders, winning at 28% at this stand.
Nota came back off the bench, ran well, and then struggled over a wet track as a favorite.
Yeah, first start, though, for Mike Maker, and we've seen Mike Maker do very well with his claims.
Bad sign, potentially. That's an intriguing price on a horse who, on paper, should be favored.
And any one of his 3 previous starts before the last effort would be more than good enough to win here. And he's going to be forward, which I think is important in a race that doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed signed on.
And we just showed you the feature on Manny Franco. There he is on the long shot free dance.
Well, I think the biggest thing Manny's got going from here is the feature angle. We run features on people. They seem to have success. This horse is going to have to take a step forward.
Pick 6 pool, you see an additional $96,000 plus bet into the $26,000 carryover. It is incredibly difficult. As you take a look at how many runners in each, like race 4, it's a mile and 16th on the grass. Completely wide open race. The Matron, a lot of ways to go, even though there's 4 key scratches in the race. 6th race is probably going to be the heavy lean for many, with Master of Arms taking that big drop in class. But so big, it is a bit of a red flag. 7th race, Chad Brown has a couple in there, including Grayosh, who will probably be favored. But Immensitude, Avenue Neal, I thought even Fantasy Performer, all interesting. And then to close it out, sprinting on the turf, 6 furlong, State Bred Maiden 50. 2 big class droppers on the inside, the 1 and 2 going to take the majority of the money.
Yeah, I'm with you, though. I think this is a very difficult sequence. You got to have your focused handicapping going on. I know you're all over it.
It is. It is hard to make your decisions, I thought, this afternoon for this sequence. Good luck. Over $100,000 already bet into this as we take a look at the 4. So 3-1 on Crushed It, who you like for Linda Rice.
Yeah, so I like. I think this horse going 7 furlongs, maybe the 6 at times a little too sharp. The mile, maybe just a touch out of reach. The 7 furlongs could be the Goldilocks effect just right. Love the way this horse looked in the warm-up. It just made sense to me after kind of showing too much speed last time after stumbling.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia for more.
Yeah, Richie, you and I have been on a similar wavelength throughout the afternoon, but I like this horse too. I do think that the tactical running style that he does have, given the fact that there's not an abundance of pace in here, I think that the number 7 in Flying Liam should be forward if he's able to run back to some of those races, though he has the layoff to contend with. And that brings me to Crush It, who is going back down to the level at which I think he belongs. He did stumble badly last time at the break and then kind of rushing forward to the lead. You could see his head kind of turned in late where he was just struggling and getting leg weary after expending energy rushing up early and maybe going a touch further. He's very compact and built downhill and a kind of physical that I think should really appreciate the turn back in distance. Had a big warm up, moving very well, and he now is actually tipped over to favoritism. The number 2, Tarpaulin, is taking a big jump up in class. So we have seen this barn with Orlando Noda pick up some horses, maybe step them up in class, and be very effective at some prices. Not to mention this horse ran a huge race last time out, was bet like he was going to run off the scream, and he did. Now the big question is, can he do it again, and can he do it for the new connections? He was a horse that was very obstinate, kind of freezing in the paddock last time out, just being really reluctant to go out and to keep moving forward. That doesn't appear to be the case today. Ricardo Santana has kept him jogging, kept him moving out there on the track, which I think is what you kind of have to do with a horse like him. He looks great once again. I just do wonder if he can do it against tougher, and can he repeat that gaudy Beyer speed figure that was far faster than anything else that he has run before. Greg?
Acacia, still surprised that we're seeing Flying Liam on the board at 5-1, who form-wise should probably be the favorite in there. Are you seeing anything to see why this horse is such an inflated price?
No, I like him, Greg. I thought he moved well out there. The only knock I could have against him is that I just really wish he looked better in his coat, that he's looking a bit wintry off of the layoff. And like I said, I think that he could maybe strengthen a bit. But overall, he looks good coming back. And I was kind of planning on picking him. He is cold on the board. Maybe it's just that he's a new face, but he's gotten a big warm-up out there too. I like that Junior's had him circling and doing figure 8s. If he shows speed, I think he's very dangerous.
The board's almost telling you he cannot win.
Well, we've seen this before, right? Horses take more money than we expect, and then they run to the betting, and then the flip side, right? They're a little cold on the board, and they kind of run a little cold. Flying Liam, owned in part by St. Elias Stable, which is Vinny Viola, owner of the Florida Panthers, your reigning Stanley Cup champions. Officially, hockey season starting over the next week. Went to the preseason game, Rangers-Islanders Monday.
And your outlook for the season?
I'm a Ranger fan, so I'm eternally optimistic, but I'm also realistic.
5-1. Is it? We're going to look back and say, how in the world do we get 5-1 on this horse, or is the public right? And should you be spooked by that price? Because this is the one who, form-wise, probably should be the one to beat. Awfully cool, the betting public on this horse is Celestial Glaze. Sorry, Crushed It becomes the favorite now for Linda Rice.
You know, I've watched you handicap, Greg, and you know, you use several different metrics to come up with your selections, one of them being Thoroughgraph, and it feels to me like you're very good at deciphering the Thoroughgraph charts.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's one of several things for sure. You look who this horse has faced, too. I mean, he faced River Dog last time out. It's a 9-time winner. It's won over 400,000. He faced Antiquarian, who's become a player in the older horse division, the classic division. He was second to White Abario.
Right.
Who's going to go to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. It's not even close in terms of who this horse has run against and run well against. So this is a bad sign, I would think, to see him up there at 5-1.
Well, I picked the 4, Crushed It. A lot of the same reasonings that Acacia has. Like the way he looked in the warm-up. Full disclosure, though, I'm boxing 4-7 in the exacta.
All right, see what happens here. It's obviously a lot to like with, and the horse who opened is the favorite, Celestial Glaze, the 5, now 7-2. I thought he was very interesting as well because he really moved forward when he moved to the Dutro barn, who started to, after a tough summer, really started to heat up.
Yeah, he didn't have a great summer, Rick, but it's really kind of turned around, got back to his Belmont home base, running here at Aqueduct. Both he and Rudy Rodriguez kind of struggled through the summer months in Saratoga, but have come to life now that we've gotten back downstate.
2-1 favorite just exiting your screen. The 4 for Linda Rice. Crushed It. 2-time winner from 12 starts. This one drops in class as well. As we take a look at the 6, Noda for Mike Maker. Was favored for this condition, but a wet track at a mile. I liked the comeback effort, actually, when he bobbled a bit out of the gate and ran a decent effort. And several efforts to go back to that make him super competitive. He does have issues out of the gate, though. It's not just that one-off quite often.
This is a race that I just don't see a tremendous amount of natural early speed signed on. So position even becomes more important in those situations.
There's Celestial Glaze stepping in. Joel Rosario set for race 3. Good luck in the pick 6 carryover. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Free dance. Free dance. Last to load. Start of the pick 6. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside. Here comes Noda, and Noda's there by Flying Liam. They're 1-2. Just behind them, it's a tight hold here for Crushed It. And between horses, Celestial Glaze. Out wider, Purple Silks is Free Dance, and moving through at the rail, that's Tarpaulin. Very slow opening quarter coming here as they're tightly bunched on the front end and the trailer. That's Mighty Atlas. The leader easily is Noda. Mild pressure here from Flying Liam towards the outside, 23.39 for that opening quarter mile. Tarpaulin, Santana Jr. at the rail, is now moving on through. Is challenging towards the far outside still is Free Dance, who's wide as they get set to move into the far turn. They start to pick up the sprint now into the far turn. In between horses comes Crushed It. Dylan Davis is in 5th. Out wide there comes Celestial Glaze and Rosario in 6th. And the trailer getting the shove is Mighty Atlas, 46.48. The half-mile time, Noda is still there. It's Noda, Flavian Pratt. They slowed things down up front. In hand, hugging the rail, reaches the top of the stretch and sprints away. To the outside here, Flying Liam is giving game chase, is right there in second. Now off the rail, here comes Crushed It, is trying to rally on 2. Noda trying to find a final furlong, and Noda is still up by 2. Flying Liam is trying to cut into the margin on the grandstand side. Celestial Glaze. Noda is going to hold him off, and Noda will kick off the pick 6. It's Noda who wins it over Flying Liam, Celestial Glaze, and Crushed It in 1 minute 22. And bold.
Pretty good final time here. Noda, the win. Mike Maker, Flavian Pratt wins first off the claim.
set a very moderate pace here. You know, when you're in doubt who's going to get their position going forward, go with Flavien Prat. Read the race beautifully, not a lot of speed signed on, put Noda on the lead. Been a long time since Noda saw the lead, and went gate to wire. 23 and nearly 2, 46 and 2, and finish up in 122 and 4. Ride made the difference. Great ride by Flavien Prat on Noda.
To Shelbyville, Indiana, first from Horseshoe, Indianapolis, and maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 2-turn mile to kick off their coverage, where Black Hornet right now outside post Brad Cox, second-time starter, beating favorite in the debut right now, is the one to beat on the board. Let's check in with Rachel McLaughlin for more.
Hey guys, we got beautiful weather here in Indiana. I'm telling you, it's really hot. I'm a little blinded, but it's way better than rain. So without further ado, let's talk about these horses. I went down to the paddock, hung out, watched how they were acting, who was feeling feisty, who was a little bit laid back. And I got to tell you, Black Hornet, the 8 from the Brad Cox barn, I know we're not shocked at all, as his horses always look good, but he was especially classy in the paddock. Just stood there, still as a statue for Ricky Ricky Giannini, who is Brad Cox's assistant here in Indiana, while he saddled him. Now, I got on the phone with Ricky Giannini, his assistant, and he said he's put in these 6 works since he started. He was really green when he got him. He ran him just to see how he would do. He wasn't not at all had a problem with that second by 9. At least he was there. He kind of made a late bid, but he has worked him 6 times, some nice ones going into this race. He should be forwardly placed today, Ricky said. But like I told you guys, he was standing in the paddock just as calm as ever. Now, I do want to talk to you guys about the one special ops as they're heading to the gate really quickly. Gabe Saez here aboard for Rob Atras. And this one, I looked up the Dam Jahan because she has 5 winners from 5 starters and a stakes winner who was Pure Silver, who won the Grade 2 Adirondack in 2017. She was trained by Todd Pletcher, and Johnny V was aboard, who has a win on you guys' card today, I saw. So some really nice siblings, half siblings to special ops here. Good breeding, looked great, has the best scope, I felt like, in the field. And when Gabe let him loose from the post parade, they turned around, went back towards that last turn, and he was kind of bucking a little bit, kicking and feeling good. Not anything unruly, but you could tell that he is a horse that is ready to run today. I'm going to throw in the 2 Moneytown as well. Manny Esquivel aboard here for Bill Cowens. Was big, filled out, and looked good. Honestly, of any of them, I thought this one looked more like a sprinter, but has proven itself at a mile before here on August 19th. In a second, just beating half the length. All right, you guys, we are going to throw it back to you as horses are approaching the gate here for the first race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today.
All right, Rachel, thank you. 9-5 favorite. It's the outside runner for Brad Cox, the second-time starter, who was a distant beaten favorite as a runner-up, Mig, in that debut back on August 6th.
Yeah, and goes from that 5 furlongs to the 1 mile. Not the greatest draw for a 2-turn race, but I like what Rachel said about him having 6 works since that debut, so fitness should not be a problem. I'm glad she brought up the 1 special ops. She talked about the Dam, has had 5 foals to race, all winners, 2 debut winners, which I think is important. You like to see the win early in the pedigrees, and including that Pure Silver winner of the Adirondack. So I thought there was some pedigree to go on here with that first-time starter.
You got another Brad Cox runner in here as well. Not easy to win at a mile, especially a 2-turn mile. In the debut, but that's what Milo time the 4 for Brad Cox will try and do. 4-1 on the 4 right now. Yeah, By Not This Time, who's just been as hot a sire as there can be in North America. He's kind of getting up there in that rarefied air. And the Grand Dam Confessional, really nice filly that I won on for Bill Mott. And then actually was talking to Ramon Dominguez. He wound up getting that mount when the horse went to Graham Motion and won stakes on that horse. So just interesting that a few weeks ago we were just having the conversation, and then this horse's grandson shows up here. There's the first-timer for Brad Cox. So 4-1. You got a horse like the 2 as well. Debuted at a mile at this track in level. Was only beat a half length. And certainly should benefit from that, having already gone this distance in the debut. Was forward first time out. It was very game. Fought all the way to the wire. John Dooley to kick off this card from Horseshoe Indy.
Alex Ishard with Stolen Power. Maximus C getting fractious there within the starting gate. Now with Manny Esquivel, up comes Moneytown. He was second here on mile debut. Moneytown, Black Hornet, 9-5 favorite. It's 2-1 Moneytown, 9-2 Milo Time, and 5-1 Perfection Achieved. It's the first of 11 here. Now Jose Gutierrez with Perfection Achieved. Twice started Perfection Achieved. Here at the mile start, 2 back for Brad Cox both. First time starter Milo Time, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 88 wins here this season. Son of Not This Time, Milo Time. Black Hornet 3-2, the first favorite over the mile. One more. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Black Hornet. He was second here on August sprint debut. Sunny, fast and firm in the Hoosier State for America's Day at the Races. They're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Maximus C broke sharp nearest the inside. Moneytown going for an early run, and Black Hornet, black with the gold chevrons, is up with these as they enter the first turn. It's Moneytown. Moneytown takes the top from Maximus C, who pursues at the 6.5. These have made a break. 4 lengths back there to Black Hornet, who's third upon settling, and nearest the inside is the newcomer Milo Time, running in fourth, going up the back with Durable next in fifth. Break of 6 more to Stolen Power, who's racing as they go up the back of the track in the back half of the field. And finally, No Speed from Perfection Achieved, who trails the mile here in the Thursday opener. The first 2 of 8 furlongs covered in 23.60 seconds now, just outside the half-mile pole. And Moneytown has been under steady pace pressure from Maximus C, looking to draw in. Black Hornet then toward the inside is Milo Time, right there for Fernando de la Cruz, for Brad Cox both. Then Durable, nearest the inside, Special Ops. We trail back then to Perfection Achieved, who's now picked up Stolen Power. Half mile and a few ticks over 48. Inside 3 furlongs to go. And here's Milo Time on the move with Black Hornet. Toward the inside is Moneytown, who's now under pressure as these maiden 2-year-olds come past the quarter pole. Head to head to head. Special Ops has rallied into fourth. Milo Time now feeling the sting from Black Hornet, and toward the inside is Moneytown, who tries to kick with them. Special Ops running in fourth, Durable back in fifth, then Perfection Achieved. 3/4, 1 minute 13.31 seconds. Milo Time reaching out for Fernando de la Cruz. Milo Time's emerged in front from Moneytown. Black Hornet on the outside, Special Ops, they're close to home. Milo Time wins right off the bat by 3. Moneytown was second, Special Ops third, Black Hornet finished fourth, well clear.
It is the Brad Cox first-time starter who gets the win by Not This Time.
With a bold and decisive move by Fernando de la Cruz heading into the far turn. He got a gap between horses. He pulled the trigger, and Milo Time shot through the gap, fought off a persistent challenge from Black Hornet, and cruised on to victory. And this was after getting bumped pretty significantly and hard at the start. Milo Time, this was a nice debut for this son of Not This Time, with a deep pedigree on the female side of the family. This horse could take a step forward off of this. This was a nice effort, Greg.
Brad Cox has had some of his real superstars start out at this racetrack.
Give him
Milo Time first asking, beats horses with experience here.
Yeah, give them an effort. They get a chance to handle a field and have some experience. He got a lot out of that first race with that trip.
Getting close to the new Belmont Park, making its debut. It was yesterday. New logo was unveiled. We'll show you that when we come back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Overhead view of what the new Belmont Park will look like. Opens fall of 2026. That was the old logo. There is the new logo that was just unveiled yesterday for the modernized, brand new facility that we all can't wait to see open.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a long time. We're getting there, closer, less than a year away. So excited to see the end product, and this kind of a new version of the old logo. We lost some of the pleasantries of the people in the paddock, but you still got a running racehorse and that iconic tree, which, by the way, is still there. I was over there the other day, took a walk, went through part of what's finished of the construction and down to the old tree. The way it looks where the paddock is going to be situated, the tree is going to be in its own freestanding area. I think it's going to be a fenced-off area. But for anybody that was worried about the tree, it is still there, and we will still have it when the new Belmont opens.
Japanese white pine, they did everything they could to protect it during reconstruction and after as well. It's still going to be a centerpiece of that paddock area. It's been an iconic part of the logo as well for a long time. So, yeah, that will be a central part of the new Belmont Park, but this modern reimagined facility that will host a Breeders' Cup in 2027.
Exciting, and I'm glad to see the Breeders' Cup make it back to the East Coast, give our East Coast fans an opportunity to see it live.
Back in the third, the start of the Pick Six carryover, Noda. Formful beginning, $8.06. Mike Maker first off to claim win with Flavien Prat.
Major player here, but when he went to the lead under Flavien Prat, because it looked like there were some horses with more natural speed, including the 4 Crushed It, who did not show enough speed to really get that good position that Noda got, and that's all it took.
Race 4 starts the early Pick 5. Mile and a 16th on the turf. 2-year-olds, maiden special weight. And no big surprise, Chad Brown, first-time starter that cost $1 million. Why not this time? Favored at 5-2. There he is. Pratt will be aboard. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, as I'll talk about the first-time starters here in the paddock, and the 2 Special Envoy is the only one of the firsters that's really taking significant money at this point. As you mentioned, $1 million yearling by Not This Time, who obviously can have a runner on any surface, dirt, turf, whatever, and any distance as well. The dam won the Bolton Landing. She was precocious and was a turf horse, and the sibling was won once on synthetic sprinting over in Europe. So kind of an interesting pedigree on the bottom side, a little bit more sprinter, but some speed. But this one certainly does look well spotted to be going longer. A lot of legs, some length to his frame. He's very fit. If anything, I would say he looks like he's one that maybe could strengthen that top line in his hind end just a little bit, but he is built like a turf horse from that physicality. So very curious to see what he can do at first asking, especially given the money that he is taking, and he does look ready for this debut. Now, the number 10, Gabaron, who is debuting for Bill Mott's, probably the one with the biggest pedigree, at least in the female side on this page, is this one. The mare is getting up there for sure, but she's had 4 out of her 12 foals to win, so not all of them have been successful, but the ones that have been very successful, including Queen's Plate Kitten, multiple graded stakes place, grade 1 placed Charming Kitten, multiple graded stakes place Portfolio Company, and a lot of them are by Kitten's Joy. So this colt by Oscar Performance, a son of Kitten's Joy. So that same cross to this mare who has been very productive. This one sold at the OBS June sale, just galloping as Niall Brennan, the consigner, did with a lot of his 2-year-olds between March, April, and June, and certainly moved like a turf horse. Looks well spotted, definitely long on turf, just a little bit distracted here in the paddock, seeming to lack a bit of focus. Much better now that they've gotten the tack on, but one that I think mentally may need a race to bring it together, though this is definitely the conditions that he wants. The number 6, Oban, is a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, a $500,000 Keeneland yearling purchase. In the first generation, the dam was unraced, and this is her first foal, but the second dam was grade 1 winner My Sweet Addiction, who won the Vanity Stakes on dirt, did win once on synthetic. With that pedigree, and this one does debut with shortcut blinkers on, a couple of signs that are not the most positive for a Todd Pletcher firster. He is also one that I think would benefit from a start to kind of tuck up and bring it all together. But this summer in Saratoga on turf and on dirt, Todd was really dominant with his 2-year-olds. This is one that maybe might need a start, like I said, to bring it together, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 8 minutes away from a late pick 5, where it's a first-time starter. Chad Brown Barn, $1 million purchase price. Keeneland September yearling sale of last year, who was the favorite. But several others that are, I thought, very interesting in this race.
Yeah, I agree with you. And we saw in the other division of this race, the second race, where Mark Hennig's trainee improved from first start to second. And you got a couple that are making their second start that I think are a bit interesting that are not taking any money at the moment.
Get to the post parade, see how they look here momentarily. Todd Pletcher, he was so dangerous this summer at Saratoga with especially 2-year-olds on the grass. Had a great meet with those grass runners. Here's our post parade. We start with Ray Handel, second-time starter, fleet and ready.
Yeah, it just was never involved sprinting. He's going to have to turn around in a big way on the stretch out.
Special Envoy, here's the Chad Brown firster with Pratt.
A high-priced purchase at auction, taking a lot of money here for Top Flight Connections.
Pletcher, Johnny V, Epic Desire, came out of a race with Final Score stablemate who'd go on to win a stake.
Yeah, and then improved getting to the turf, making the fourth start, has a lot of foundation.
Huge price on a Tom Proctor runner with big pedigree.
I think this horse is a player at a huge price. We'll get back to it.
Here's Stream It, Dylan Davis for Linda Rice.
Mare was a stakes winner on synthetic, not turf, but synthetic.
Behold the King, Luis Rivera Jr. for Marcassi.
Well, he's the only horse that has found his way past the line first, albeit disqualified at Colonial, and he does have experience.
Chambersville was well behind Sunrise and Glavin in the debut, but second-time starter.
It wasn't that far behind a horse that won the second race, and I think can improve. Thought he ran a little bit in stops and starts on debut.
Pletcher, firster, Oban.
Todd doesn't need any introduction with his first-time starters.
Dinah D went by Mike Deeney, second-timer, showed early speed, first out.
Yeah, on a slow pace, but was up on it and just maybe tired a bit.
And why such a huge number on this Mott Firster with a big pedigree?
Huge pedigree. I mean, Acacia just talked about it. The mare is a prolific producer, Charming Kitten, portfolio company, Queen's Plate Kitten. I think this horse is very interesting. Tough post, though.
Starts the late pick 5. It's this one, first-time starter, $1 million purchase for Chad Brown. We'll have Flavien Prat, the one to beat 2-1 favorite, as we get set for the late pick 5 when we come back.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded Stakes winners Whitwaters Ran, Implicated, Apple Picker, and Forever After All. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is, Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching Belmont at the Big A. Start of the late pick 5 coming up. And center of our screen, a 31 to 1 shot, 35 to 1 right now, who I had selected. And selections were given out in Talking Horses, and who you're intrigued by as well.
I'm very intrigued by the 4. I did not know you picked that horse until we were talking right before we went on air. And I just thought this horse was very interesting. The mother of this horse, Cambodia, Grade 2 winner, Grade 1 place. This horse's pedigree screams all long on both sides.
Third Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf.
Third in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf by Medaglia d'Oro. This horse had trouble sprinting, which I don't think this horse had any part of sprinting anyway. Now, as the race under his belt and getting to a more appropriate distance, I thought this horse was an interesting horse. And at 35 to 1, I've got to dare to be great.
All right. Yeah, I had troubles, no question, in that debut effort. Chambersville, you know, we'll get to the first-time starter for Chad Brown in a moment, but this one as well, I know the experience going a little bit longer, but the best offspring of the dam so far was a sprinter on the grass, Bubble Rock, although did win at a mile and a 16th on the turf as well on the stake.
Yeah, I just thought this horse had a very useful debut, a race that you could really build on. Thought he actually ran pretty well, only beaten 4 lengths, and I think could take a big step forward. I was between the 4 and the 7. I went with the 4 just because at that price, if I hit, it's basically maybe not a grand slam, but a 2-run homer anyway.
Ken McPeak, incredible start to this meet. He's been great all summer long with his youngsters. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and this one, Chambersville, like many, has been based here at Belmont and being prepared by Jimmy Jerkins, who's overseeing Kenny's Belmont string, and got a chance to catch up with Jimmy last week when a 2-year-old for the barn won, and just a horseman I think all of us have a world of respect for. And he does very well, too, I think, with horses like this, who maybe are a little bit distracted, sometimes a little bit coltish. First time out, he just seemed to be a little bit bewildered by the whole thing. I agree with Richie. I thought he ran in stops and starts. He was a little bit high-headed early out of the gate. I thought he was all turf, just a horse that needed a race. And while he's been pretty sharp once again, he's kind of channeling that energy a bit better. And boy, has he really strengthened from his first to second start as well. And I really like the progression that I do see from him coming out of that race. As you guys mentioned, that we saw the winner of race 2 come out of. The 6, Behold the King, when he did cross the wire first 2 starts back, I think he was best that day. He was disqualified for kind of muscling out on the turn and bumping a foe in there when they then dueled to the wire together. Last time out, though, he was kind of held kind of in a weird race at the head of the main pack where there was a runoff pace setter who then bolted and then came back over. So I'm willing to forgive those 2 races for him. He does stack up well with this competition in here. He's pretty sharp and he should show speed once again. The number 5, Stream It, is a big price as he does stretch out and get to the turf. The dam was over 2 on the grass, but she was a 7-time synthetic winner, and there's a full sibling who was 1 for 1 in that only start on the turf, though sprinting. So there's a little bit, not overly turf looking in his feet and his pasterns, but I've even written down first time and think again today. He's a lovely mover. Sometimes those types just really take nicely to the grass, and he too far more settled second time out. As far as the 4, the horse you guys were talking about, Phnom Penh, great name by the way, as that is the capital of Cambodia. Not the biggest horse, but very long in the way that he's built. A little bit of an oddly kind of put together horse, but so long in his frame that maybe that will suggest longer will certainly benefit him.
And not just the Dam, who was multiple graded stakes winner routing on the grass. Second Dam, 2-time winner on the turf as well. See if more ground means better for one who did have trouble sprinting in that debut.
I love that Acacia came up with the meaning of this horse's name. Phnom Penh, Dams Cambodia. I love cleverly named horses. That's a sharp one.
26-1, but that is a lot of money on this Chad Brown first-time start of the 2. It went for $1 million at auction. Special Envoy, not this time out of a Dam, who was a winner sprinting on the turf for Wesley Ward. Won the Bolton Landing back when she was a runner. We'll see if this one can go longer. Set for the pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Dinah D. Gabaron. Gabaron to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward was Gabaron. Fleet and Ready with the speed towards the inside, right to the front. It's Fleet and Ready who will show the way. Behold the King is a stalking presence from second at the rail. That's Epic Desire. Will save all the ground in third. Joined to the outside by Chambersville, now taken 4th. And there's Dinah D, who's very well settled in a 5th position as they get set to move into that turn. Gabaron has worked to the rail, is in front of Stream It. Phnom Penh and the 2 trailers. That's going to be Special Envoy at the back end of the field with Oban. They work around the turn, and it's Fleet and Ready who's in front doing it nicely. Fleet and Ready is up by a length and a half. Here comes Behold the King and Luis Rivera Jr. within range, now with 3/4 of a length behind this leader. And at the rail is Epic Desire, with John Velasquez is chased meanwhile by Chambersville towards the outside in 4th. Gap of about 3.5, almost 4 to Dinah D. And Junior Alvarado seems to be happy with that spot, though, as another 4 in front of the rest of the field. And that's going to be the back group. That's Gabaron, Phnom Penh. Special Envoy has picked up a couple spots, and the 2 trailers still, Stream It and Oban. 48.72 for a half-mile time, and at 45-1, a big long shot in Fleet and Ready. Here comes Behold the King, moves closer and closer here into the far turn, and Behold the King is trying to cut into the margin, down towards the inside. Epic Desire, Chambersville still towards the outside, and Dinah D. The rest got to pick it up. They are far back, and Fleet and Ready is trying to pull off a big upset. Fleet and Ready now sprints for home. Here comes Behold the King, was patiently ridden and stalking as chasing the leader, now puts ahead in front. Epic Desire down towards the inside. Chambersville is rallying on 2. Very strung out field here, and the leader is Behold the King. Behold the King's got to hold off the charge toward the inside. Here comes Epic Desire and Chambersville in between horses. That's a tight photo. Behold the King was trying to hold off the charge of Chambersville in between horses in that photo. Epic Desire was right there too, and 1 minute 44 seconds flat.
This is going to take a photo. I don't know what happened. 3 of them right at the wire. Behold the King, same position as last time. Tried to seal the deal at Colonial. Looked like he would get it done. Did he get nailed again?
It was dead tight. The 7, Chambersville, was trying to lug in with Javier Castellano. He angled in between horses, bothered the 1, Fleet and Ready, who was stopping at that point. And it was the 6, from what I could see there, Chambersville holding on by the barest of the 6, Behold the King, holding on over Chambersville by the barest of margins. Chambersville may have been best, trying to lug in, difficult to ride. Javier angled in between horses in the process, shaving the 2 horse who was stopping. Just was never comfortable to ride. If he could have stayed outside the 6, I got to think the result would have been different.
And it is the 6, your winner, 6-7-3-1. Even in defeat, though, Ken McPeak's youngsters continue to run big. Just misses here. Behold the King had graduated only to get DQ'd at Colonial. Then looked like would simply be a coronation going to win next time out. Got nailed at the wire, this time able to hang on.
A really good job by Louis Rivera Jr. too. The 1, Fleet and Ready, went to lead. He did a good job raiding Behold the King just off of him and had barely enough to hold off an unlucky Chambersville.
6-7-3-1, Louis Rivera Jr. And we'll tell you more about later in the show. For Mark Casse to start off the late pick, 5-6-1 to begin things. Prices when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Race 2, Horseshoe Indianapolis. Look at the current odds. Gigabit. Favored. Odds on right now. 5 furlongs on the grass here in this allowance non-winners at 2 spot. Let's go to Rachel. Apologies, we'll try and get that sorted out, get Rachel's audio back momentarily. 5 furlongs on the turf here, Mig. Allowance non-winners of 2 as we take a look here at a Stern Lady for Michael Ewing.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was an interesting heat. Your favorite won by 8 lengths in a turf sprint. Hard to do that.
No, I'm talking about the 6, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Certainly comes off a nice effort, improved a lot from first start to second start, and should be in a good position.
But yeah, Gigabit, to Mig's point, dominant first time on the turf. 8-length winner, 5 furlongs on the grass. Let's go back to Rachel.
Yeah, I guess 15 years on air, and I don't know how to get the mic on, but let's talk about Gigabit. I heard you guys mention it. I went back, talked to Edgar Morales, and before that, his wife Keely Morales and their daughter Ray are here, and she said this is the only reason why we're here today, Rachel. This amount. Edgar really, really likes the horse. He picked it up for Ray Hernandez, the trainer. Been training really, really well, he said. He's excited about first time with winners. He thinks that since that race, she just improved even more. I got a chance also to talk to Kai Karamari, the one in the aggregate. Jaime Torres picking up the mounts. They said they like the scratches to the outside of her. They think that's going to give her even more of an advantage. And Jaime, he said, I haven't been on her yet, but he's looking forward to being in the inside. She's got a little bit of speed, and he's just going to send it. And I said, what's the game plan? And he looked at me and said, to win, Rachel. So Jaime ready to go in the irons. And I just got to mention, the 6 looked really, really good in the paddock. I didn't get a chance to really talk to Declan Cannon, the jockey, but he did say that first race, I heard him talking to the assistant trainer, and he said, you know, that first race, I could just tell a difference. She was really scared. She was very confident last time, and she gets a firm turf course today off of a yielding one. Those are the 3 that I think really are a standout in this group, and with the 3 scratches here, I think it makes it even easier for the 7 and gives the 1 a little bit of a chance on the inside.
All right, thank you, Rachel. See what happens here aboard the public hammering Gigabit. I mean, that makes you really take notice. When you can win by 8 lengths at 5 furlongs sprinting on the grass, that's saying something.
Very rare to see that much separation no matter what the level of race. 8 lengths in a 5 furlong turf sprint. You just don't have that much time to run up the score that way.
See if she can back it up. First time against winners here. Start number 2. She was quick early, talking about the 7 in that turf debut. It was start number 2 overall. And, you know, looking at the rest of this group, I guess the long shot, the 5, showed a little bit of pace. There's not a ton of other speed in here, is there?
Now when we're talking about turf sprints, I mean, it's just kind of a different level of speed where the 7-horse Gigabit went 21 flat, 44-1. That is turf sprint speed.
John Dooley with the call. Odds on Gigabit, start number 2 after that 8-length brilliant debut to win in Breaker Maiden, first time on the grass.
The Little Sultana, yellow and black blocks. Loading at the 5 furlong turf start. Now Dos Amores. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with 54 wins here this season. That's 3rd on the meet leaderboard. Declan Cannon with a Stern Lady. Last out course maiden winner. Andres Calleja with Emily's Joy. One more, Alex Achard. Partners Dreaming Wide coming up. It's the first of 4 on the turf course here, firm. Turf rail set at 12 feet on this Hoosier Week at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And they're off. A fast start for Emily's Joy with a Little Sultana showing early pace now to take the lead for Simmer Bermudez. The Little Sultana, the leader from Gigabit, who now pursues, going past the half-mile pole in the aggregate, and the Royal Blue Cap is running in 3rd. After a sharp start, Emily's Joy back in 4th. Dos Amores joined toward the inside by a Stern Lady, who's making progress now to 3 furlongs from home for Declan Cannon and beaten for pace. Dreaming Wide trails after the 5 furlong start. The quarter 21.54 seconds. These 2-year-old fillies on the edge of the quarter pole, just being led by Nearest the inside, the Little Sultana, who's engaged by Gigabit, who's coming with a sweep now for Edgar Morales. Here's Gigabit up to take the lead. Coming down to the final furlong from the Little Sultana in the aggregate with the rail. The outside, Emily's Joy. A Stern Lady is now switched out from behind Philly's heels. In the meantime, it's Gigabit. Gigabit's near home in the aggregate, and Emily's Joy, they descend on Gigabit in the aggregate, splits them to win with Jaime Torres in the aggregate in the final strides with Emily's Joy, and then Gigabit and a Stern Lady.
Even money, favorite defeated here after that 8-length score to break her maiden in the aggregate. Up the fence to come and get her.
Save the ground, inside out, splits horses late, gets up. Nice call by Rachel. She said that this was one of the three she was looking at. And Jamie Torres, your Preakness-winning rider from last year on Seize the Gray, delivered a flawless ride here to get it done. Did look like the 7 gigabit, broke a little slow, dragged the rider up into contention, and then just flattened a little bit late.
Behold the King had graduated, only to get DQ to Colonial. Looked home free next time out. Got run down late, and then was all out to hold off Chambersville here. Finally graduates, start number 4 after 3 runner-ups in the first 3 starts of his career.
Yeah, Behold the King has run well in all of his starts. Finally, officially gets that first win, and Chambersville just problematic. Trying to lug in, giving Javier Castellano fits, and I think cost himself the race being a little bit green.
Grade 3 Matron, 2-year-old fillies. 6 furlongs over the outer turf. Favorite, this is surprising. Wow, shoulda for Wesley Ward. Off a debut win at Kentucky Downs, right now the favorite. Obviously, Royal Testament for George Weaver. We expect to take a ton of money right now. Second choice, 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, her last 2 victories were so impressive and big, and she has natural speed. And some of the speed scratched out of here, too. So I think she's very interesting.
Grade 3 Matron, our feature. It is coming up next. He was sensational all summer long with his 2-year-olds, especially on the turf. George Weaver. He's got another one that we did not see at Saratoga, but we're going to see next. Royal Testament, back-to-back wins, including a stakes victory. Colonial last start, now has become the favorite. Stay with us.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage with our feature to come. Grade 3 Matron for 2-year-old fillies sprinting on the lawn on a beautiful Thursday afternoon here in New York. We're 12 minutes to post. And that 4 there in the background, Wesley Ward won first time out as a favorite, Kentucky Downs, 6-1 morning line, and has opened as the 2-1 favorite. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, and there were some key scratches in this race. Maybe not necessarily some horses that would take a ton of money, but some horses that were going to contribute some speed to this race. So I'm wondering if that is a piece of what's contributing to a Wesley Ward horse taking attention, as this one obviously is very quick. Though she broke slowly when debuting at Kentucky Downs and then kind of rushed up on the outside from an outside post to get to the front end. Touchgreen switching leads, and I've noticed in watching so many replays from Kentucky Downs that some horses that have some trouble kind of switching their leads in the stretch or don't do it at all with the ups and downs of that turf course. So certainly not going to hold that against her, but winning first time out like she did, going 6.5, not an easy thing to do. And she does have some good size to her, very athletic, obviously, as well. So I would imagine she's going to be quicker from the gate and use that kind of patented Wesley Ward early pace to her advantage as she does come in here off the back of that nice win. Another daughter of Not This Time. And she's strong and very physically mature as well. I like what I see from her as your favorite. Now, the number 8, Royal Testament, also making her debut on the NYRA circuit. Was reading some quotes in the Daily Racing Form from trainer George Weaver, where he said that it's not so much ability that kept her off the NYRA circuit, but timing-wise, and that she's a horse that actually did debut down at Gulfstream and Stakes Company in the Royal Palm Juvenile behind Lenny Liu, who would go over to run in Royal Ascot and make a pretty good account of herself as well. And we just saw her win a stake at Gulfstream last week too. Then this horse went in to break her maiden over at Monmouth. George had said that he considered running her in the stake that day at Monmouth, opting for the maiden instead, which she won impressively, and then felt it was just a bit too quick to come back into the Bolton Landing, which would have been the next stake at Saratoga. So waiting instead to take on the boys in the Rosies at Colonial, which she also won facing males. Now, looking at her, she's not one that would immediately catch your eye. She's a very light frame, and certainly following a lot of George's 2-year-olds, a lot of them carry a lot of weight and conditioning, really broad, really powerful, and that's why a lot of them are such effective sprinters. Not really the case with this filly. Very feminine, very lightly framed, incredibly fit, incredibly professional, very laid back here, and obviously she's been able to handle everything that's been thrown at her thus far, and she is a horse that is able to kind of get herself into the race, though watching her last effort, not the quickest immediately out of the gate. Eric Hansel knows her well, having ridden her to those last 2 victories, and we'll see if she can make it 3 in a row and look for the first stakes win against her own sex. The number 12, Bella Knows. Things get a little bit easier with the scratches that she does get to draw in a bit in here. She would have had to navigate from the outside post, which she still has to do, but she's one that just really caught my eye in the paddock when you first walked in. Not the biggest, but she is a daughter of Cantharos, very strong turf sprint influence, but she strides out nicely. She really kind of, what you like to see, walks like a cat in the way that she covers the ground. And that really kind of caught my eye at first walking in here. She was off slow on debut, waiting at the back, and she ran on with a flourish on the outside to catch those horses going 5.5 furlongs. 2 horses did come out to win from that race, including 3rd place finisher Revel Toast, who got a 69 Beyer speed figure in her subsequent start. So she has to navigate an outside post today and needs to get out of the gate better, and with some of the speed coming out, that could be a bit of a challenge, but one that I really thought could have the potential to move forward in her second outing, Greg.
Yeah, I think we all are very intrigued, as is the public, as the board reflects on Bella Knows. Brutal beginning, really lost all chance, and still got up to win, despite breaking last in that field first time out at Saratoga.
You know, Brad Cox, your leading trainer in the country right now, Money One, needs no introduction. This is an Ohio bred that he brought to Saratoga. So obviously, he's a guy who knows where his horses belong. And the fact that he brought this Ohio bred to win and win the way she did with trouble, I think speaks volumes to the ability that she had already shown Brad Cox.
Meanwhile, here is Snappy Comeback, whose first try on the grass. She won at Kentucky Downs. Got by Catalania, who's one of the remaining speeds. You know, 3 of the 4 scratches, they were all ones with early speed. So Catalania is one of those with speed who remains, but this one beat her pretty easily.
Well, listen, snappy comeback, won, going 6.5 at Kentucky Downs. Got a 79 buyer figure. Should have broke her maiden first time out, 6.5. Got a 67 buyer figure. Now, you could say, well, that was her first start. She can improve, but Wesley Ward is very good at having horses ready to run big first time out.
Yes, he is. Good point. Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It is coming up. Grade 3 matron sprinting on the grass. We start with Snappy Comeback, whose turf debut was a winning one at Kentucky Downs, as Mig mentioned.
1 for 1 on the turf, came from off the pace, and needs to work out a trip from the inside.
I think a lot to like with this 3. 3 starts, 3 wins on 2 different surfaces.
She's undefeated. She doesn't know how to lose, and she's run well in every start and has enough natural speed to be forward.
Wesley Ward in the background. Should have. Debut winner as the favorite Kentucky Downs, and Joel Rosario back aboard.
Was impressive on debut, but I'm just a little surprised she's your favorite.
Final Accord, Mark Casse. Dominant win first out.
Dominant win under Pietro Moran, an apprentice who won the King's Plate this year, but was impressive on debut. Major player.
George Weaver Barn, already a stakes winner, Royal Testament.
Comes off back-to-back big efforts at Rick Cancel, allowing her to use her speed.
Y'all ready for this? Jorge Delgado takes over. Javier Castellano rides.
Was game to get up and win by a nose. Going to have to improve, but could.
There's Bella Nose, who Acacia was talking about that brutal beginning and still won the debut.
Yeah, I mean, she had no right to win and somehow found a way to get it done. I like when young horses overcome adversity.
Catalania, she's very quick. In her 2 turf starts, just 9 days apart. Now she's had a little bit of time to grow up.
Yeah, and turning back slightly in distance after going 6.5 at Kentucky Downs. Obviously a major player here, but I think it shows you she's 14 to 1. I think the public's a little bit thrown off track here just because it's so competitive.
It is, and yeah, maybe are they just defaulting to, well, let's go with the big name we know in these youngsters on the grass. That is too much money on should have. Certainly is a major player in here and could win, but that is probably too short. We'll see how talented this one is first time in against winners. Big difference. And there's some talent in this field.
And listen, there's no doubt there's talent and should have can take a step forward, but I don't really want her as the favorite. I thought the 5 Final Accord with her pedigree, the way she broke her maiden, is very interesting for trainer Mark Casse. You get Junior Alvarado, your Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, Travers Stakes winning jockey.
There he is for Mark Casse. You know, we talked about that 8-length win and that runner at Horseshoe Indy who did not come back to win, but it's still impressive to win by that kind of margin. This one won by 4 1/4 lengths as the favorite in the debut at Woodbine.
I just love the pedigree on this horse. War of Will, the Dam closing statement, the Grand Am Consequence was a stakes winner, turf, synthetic. Very, very interesting pedigree here, and I thought 6 to 1 was generous on the 5. And I got to use the 12 Bella Nose, overcoming adversity on debut. Said it earlier, granddaughter Isabella, Bella Nose. I got to go with the hunch play as well.
Put a couple dollars down, too, for the college fund. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, you guys certainly influenced by that, and I like this horse a lot. We'll see if she can improve today. She's actually my pick to the outside, but taking a look at the 5 Final Accord, who Richie was just talking about, I agree. I do think that this is a little bit of a generous price on her. She finished really impressively first time out, where she was a little bit outfooted at the start, but then when she pulled away, she was much the best in that field and has every right to be in here. Now, she was actually supposed to debut up in August in Saratoga, and she was a late scratch, so kind of rerouting going up to Woodbine to debut. I watched her warm up. She moved very well out there on the track and certainly got much more on her toes, very athletic looking individual, so it seems like all things good for her having gotten that race under her belt. The number 3, Just Filtered, yes, undefeated. Reading some quotes from her trainer, Mike Trombetta, said that she was so impressive the way that she won in Maryland Bred Stakes Company last time out, that he felt that she deserved another try on the turf, even though, while the pedigree is very strong, particularly in Maryland races and several stakes winners in the family, it's largely dirt as far as her siblings are concerned, but good on her for being able to handle everything. Super professional. seems like an older horse in the way that she acts, just really kind of took it all in stride. And she's very powerful looking, which I appreciate. I really like that in my sprinters, especially when they have that power in their hind end. Now, Jose D'Angelo sends out 2. They ran 1-2 in that race at Kentucky Downs last time out. Snappy Comeback and Catalonia, both of whom were able to effectively handle the turf in their most recent efforts. I thought Snappy Comeback was a little bit keen early, and then she got blocked and snuck up the rail by Joel Rosario, kind of that ice in his veins typical ride, whereas Catalonia was able to control. So we'll see what Dylan Davis can do. She does have the inside again. Certainly a benefit to know that she is bold enough to be able to come up the rail and into some very tight spots. She got very sharp in the post parade. It seems like the same equipment of the 3/4 cup blinkers and the shadow roll that she did wear last time out. A horse that I thought showed quite a bit of tenacity in that effort, Greg.
Fascinated, thank you, Acacia, by this race to see who's just going to take this step forward.
Such a competitive race. There's a lot of different directions you can go. I wound up on the 5 Final Accord. I think the 12 is very interesting. Obviously, the 8 is a major player. This is a really good addition to the Matron.
Even the 10 with her speed, and maybe went, 6.5 was a little bit too far, shortens up. She's going to be part of that early pace. And the one who beat her, as Acacia was touching on, that was Snappy Comeback. On the rails, 7-1 right now. His only turf start. She won by 2 lengths.
Oh, and then let's just throw in the 3, Just Filtered, undefeated filly from Mike Trombetta, a trainer who knows how to win, consistently wins races wherever he goes. And this is just a terrific horse race. Catalonia, I just wonder, Greg, one thing. Didn't it seem like for the majority of that meeting at Kentucky Downs, speed was very good, and she was clear and got caught? Is that something you might hold
she
slightly
was coming back
against
in
her?
9 days as well.
Yeah, well, it was a quick turnaround. You're right. You're right. She's 14-1, way too big a price.
Yeah. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard there. There she is. Big number. See if the 12 can break sharper, if that makes a big difference. Slow figure, but she was impressive, and now she did it. Wide open, grade 3 matron. It is George Weaver's Royal Testament, the 8, the favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Y'all ready for this? Bella knows. Goes in. All set for the matron. And they're off. Catalonia flew out of the gate, and Catalonia and Ricardo Santana Jr. quickly up by a half length, making a full length now, is getting right over to the rail. Catalonia will show the way. Just having to steady briefly was Just Filtered and at the rail. Here comes Should've, who worked to the rail, is now moving on through, and Should've will take command and push this early pace as Catalonia is back to second. Just Filtered is at the rail now as a close-up third. That's the leading trio as they get set to move into the far turn, 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Royal Testament is trying to keep up, now starts to launch a rally here out wide from 4th. Just behind them, Final Accord, and Junior Alvarado is watching all the early heat. From the back, trying to rally on, there's Bella Knows, Snappy Comeback, and far back right now is Y'all ready for this? They reach the top of the lane. Should've is in front. Should've and Catalonia is continuing to chase. Should've is the clear leader, though, and Should've is trying to extend the margins, doing just that. Here comes Royal Testament down the center of the course. Final Accord is launching a big rally. Final Accord is green, but has a lot of momentum grandstand side. Should've trying to hold off Final Accord, who's trying to catch up in the final strides, and does. Final Accord wins the matron. Final Accord wins it. Should've. It's in a photo there with Royal Testament in 1 minute 8.47 seconds.
Final Accord now 2 for 2 for Marcassi Jr. Alvarado Should've did not break well at all, rushed up, took the lead, and then probably did her in here.
Yeah, in some respects, you can make the case that might have run the best race after having to rush up after not breaking as sharp. But Final Accord, professional, came from off the pace, little awkward change in leads, took her a little while to find her stride, but then she kicked on and got it done. Now 2 for 2 and a depth of pedigree there for Marcassi and Junior Alvarado having just a career year.
5. I think the 8 might have nailed, should have for second as well, but it's final chord to win. Let's go to Acacia.
And so happy to be here with winning co-owner Peter Deutsch as she came flying, Peter. What a nice finish from a filly. Now 2 for 2.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we knew it was going to be a big speed duel up front, and Junior did a great job sitting off the pace and took his aim, and really excited about Final Accord.
It seems like Mark's patience with her, kind of rerouting, bringing her to Woodbine, getting that win, and then coming into a spot like this has paid off as she really has matured.
Yeah, Mark's very, very careful. He's not out to win necessarily his first race. It's a long distance play for him in terms of managing our stable. And this is her second win, second try, and really excited about it.
Now, how about winning with 2-year-olds and winning a stake too? Not much like it, right?
No, you got a nice little runway in front of it. You try not to get out ahead of your skis, but you got a lot of excitement when you're dealing with younger horses that are showing tremendous talent.
Absolutely enjoy it.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg.
2 for 2 now. Graded stakes winner in start number 2 for the Marcassi Barn, Junior Alvarado. On board for the win, 5-8, 4-10, 5-1 on your winner. Prices when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Stay with us.
Friday on America's Day at the Races, Breeders' Cup Challenge races include both the Pilgrim, a win and you're in for the Juvenile Turf, and the Futurity for a spot in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Kicks off Friday, 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage, America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. We're up to race 3, Horseshoe Indianapolis. Allowance race for non-winners of 3 lifetime. 5.5 furlongs. Viral Plain Lady. The one to beat coming off a runner-up finish at the condition. Let's go to Rachel.
I'm glad you guys just mentioned that. You mentioned that, Greg, because that was my top pick, the 4, Viral Plain Lady. And I do think on paper she is the one to beat. But then every time I go down to the paddock to get a little insight for you guys, I start looking at these horses and talking to the connections. And I just find so much great insight. And I'll tell you, I went straight to Hector Rodriguez, which is Steve Asmussen's assistant trainer, about his 4-year-old filly by Curlin, pun intended, the 7 in here. Keith's riding for his brother Eric Asmussen, and Eric's in Oklahoma riding, so Keith came to ride for his dad today. Hector said this is a nice filly. You know, she just won, so she's up in condition, but he's put in 4 works. He said, which is light for her. He would have done more, but this race came up good. She's training well. She's a very level-headed filly. I was just standing right in the stall with her and Hector, and she just stood there just very calmly. She looked alert. She looked very, very fit as well. And just to give you a little bit of Hector's sense of humor, when I first asked about her, he said she has 4 legs, 1 tongue, and 1 tail, and I'm hoping she wins today. So a little fun from Hector in the paddock. But we will go to Fat Chance is another one that I looked at, the 6, who just looked phenomenal from the Tim Eggleston barn. And I got to talk to him a little bit. He said in that last race, she got pressed by a 40-1 shot in the last race. She just got pressed. They went way too fast for her. And so he likes this race a lot better. He thinks she's going to run even better. She's a versatile filly. He likes the draw towards the outside. He did not like that she was in there. She kind of had a rough way of it. So he likes that he's on the outside. She's on the outside of many of these horses. The other one that I thought looked the best in the paddock is Bits of Candy. One of the best ones in there. I'd say my favorite physically for sure. Rob Dobbs, trainer of this 4-year-old filly, he's having an excellent meet, one of the best years as of late here in Indiana. And he said last time she got taken down because she was really blocked at the rail. He said she got kind of smushed towards the inside, and a couple of other horses were kind of bumping her back and forth. And when she finally got loose and away from them to get out of that situation, she kind of bumped another horse, he said, which was the reason for the DQ. So he hopes she doesn't get in any trouble today, and he's looking for a very big effort out of her. 3 works since that race, and he said she's training wonderfully. She's got nice speed, and so this race just wide open. I mean, that's not even talking about the 4, who's even money and looks like the one to beat, has the highest last race, speed, and she likes to go early. I think that's going to benefit her, but just a pretty wide open race. Not even talking about the favorite here. I've got 3 horses that just looked amazing and have excuses for every bit of problems that they had in their last few races. So a nice group going postward here today, Greg, and hopefully we can maybe beat the 4 with one of those outside horses here today and get another nice price like the one in the last race.
That was a really nice call. Thanks, Rachel. There's quite a bit of speed in here, Meg, and here's one of the speeds, obviously the 4. Doesn't it seem like this could set up awfully nice for, pun intended, the 7?
She seems like the most consistent closer from the outside out of the Steve Asmussen barn. You heard Rachel say it's Keith Asmussen. His brother Eric didn't come, and Keith was named on the other Steve Asmussen runner who scratched the 2 Ruby's Ghost. I think this race really sets up well for the 7, pun intended.
And there's some backlash there, too. Finally, it's been a lot of stops and starts, but has a race now, and obviously she won and moves to this next condition, but she faced Impel in the 3rd start of her career as one of the better fillies in the country. Distant 3rd to her in that occasion, but obviously there's a little bit of quality, so we'll see if she can build off that August 7th performance here on this track where she was a winner in her first try here. 2-1 for the Asmussen barn.
And how do I not pick a horse named Pun Intended? Because I know how much you love my puns.
You're Mr. Pun. So Keith Asmussen there to ride from that outside post. We're expecting one from you when they cross the wire. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
6-5 favorite. Viral Plain Lady. 2-1 Pun Intended. Bits of Candy and Fat Chance both at 4-1. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Bits of Candy. Went in well. Now Fat Chance, Mitchell Murrow with 39 wins here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. One more pun intended. Keith Asmussen for his Hall of Fame father. Steve now just 11 wins away from 11,000. All in line. And they're off. Bits of Candy, break sharp. Good speed from Fat Chance, and right there, Viral Plain Lady and High Summer toward the inside. Pun intended, and City Prayers has drifted back to last with Walter Rodriguez. Viral Plain Lady takes off for the lead, pressed by Fat Chance. And High Summer is right there toward her inside, making this dash past the half-mile pole. After breaking sharp, the Great Bits of Candy running in fourth at the 3.5. 6 more lengths away to pun intended, and 4 more. City Prayers trails the Phillies sextet as they round the far turn the quarter, 22.40 seconds. Fat Chance making this bid now for Mitchell Murrill, and Fat Chance has taken the lead from Viral Plain Lady as they come past the quarter pole. As Bits of Candy looms up now for Fat Chance as they straighten away. High Summer's blocked. High Summer now tips to an outside clear path. Pun intended in the orange cap, and we trail back to City Prayers, who has yet to pick up, and there's 1 furlong to go. Bits of Candy has taken the lead here for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in front of Fat Chance, who tries to battle on past the 16th, and then High Summer's third from Viral Plain Lady, pun intended 5th. Bits of Candy makes it a 3-timer at the meet, wins by 3 from Fat Chance. High Summer third, Viral Plain Lady back and forth.
Yeah, back-to-back wins late June, late July, and now takes this one as well for the Robert Dobbs barn.
Yeah, really nice effort. She was the speed to the outside, if you will, so she wasn't under the same kind of pressure. And she gets it done, drawing away late. The 7, pun intended, I thought was a bit flat. The 6, Fat Chance, ran well, was second best, but it was all Bits of Candy with a sweet victory.
Mic drop moment for the MiG. Bits of Candy. The victory here rolls on by Fat Chance for the victory. While those prices coming up in a moment. Final Accord. Back at the Grade 3 matron here, Belmont of the Big A. Now 2 for 2. Mark Casse barn with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, worked out a real good trip, but we're going to show it back from just before, about midway of the far turn. Look how she's traveling, nice, in hand. Junior giving her a good trip. He doesn't want to tip out too soon, right? You don't want to go wide in turf racing, so he's trying to stay disciplined, stay in behind these horses. No one's coming to his outside to flush him. Now watch when he angles out here. He's going to try to get her to switch leads right there. You see how she got sideways for a stride before getting to her right lead? That kind of felt like that cost her a little bit of her momentum, her stride, but now she finds all of it, drops her head. She's trying to lug in just a touch, try to drift to the left, but Junior had it measured, and she came with a good run. Should have broke slow, rushed up, wound up third. A nice effort by your favorite Royal Testament with Eric Cancel, who didn't show her customary speed, but Final Accord, 2 for 2 now.
Smithfield Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It is Final Accord, impressive in victory. And yeah, should have one to keep your eyes on next time out, because they broke basically last, rushed up, even though she did it so easily. She was ready to roll today, and with a cleaner break, it's going to be a different story potentially.
Yeah, but she had to make up so much ground in that first 1/8 of a mile, and that's the fastest part of the race.
Race 6, start of the late pick 3. $16,000 claiming race, 6 furlong sprint. No question the one to beat. And yeah, probably the most singled runner on this pick 6. Master of Arms, Dylan Davis will ride. Luis Rivera Jr. there. We'll have more on this young rider. Survived an injury scare at Saratoga this summer. Came right back about 12 hours later. Was on board Torpedo Anna. We'll have that story when we come back.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
They're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, in the most impressive 2-year-old debut of the year, It's Our Time won by nearly 18 lengths.
What an awesome performance from It's Our Time. He's going to win by the length of the stretch.
And now starts in the Champagne Stakes, a win in your challenge for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, one of 5 stakes races from Belmont at the Big A. America's Day at the Races, Saturday, noon Eastern on FS1.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to do in my life. So I think since I was a kid, since I was like 10 years old, I was, just wanting to be a jockey.
Jockey Luis Rivera Jr. got his start at a young age, where he attended jockey school in Puerto Rico.
It was a nice experience because you get to start all the way from the bottom to the top, like from walking horses all the way to breezing horses. And it showed you a bunch of stuff with the game, being from a country that has like a lot of good riders. It makes you feel awesome, being part of the leagues of jockeys, My whole life, I always wanted to come to the United States. No matter what track I'll be riding in, I just wanted to come to the United States to ride. Since I started watching racing, since I was young, my whole life I was aiming, to be here.
Can Lady Milagro get there? A 16th to go. It's Lady Milagro. She's still up by 2.5. Lady Milagro at 51-1. Lady Milagro, Luis Rivera Jr. pumps his fist. 51-1 shot in the autumn days.
As soon as I passed the wire, it was the greatest feeling of my life because winning a stake is another feeling than winning any other race. Right after a while, whenever I stopped the horse, I took a moment just to look at the sky and thank God because, man, it was a long way to get here, and it felt awesome.
Rivera Jr.'s dream was to be a jockey at a young age, and he had some strong jockey role models to learn from.
I grew up next to the track, and my dad was a jockey, but every single day after the races, he called me because, he rides from Monday to Thursday. So whenever I'm riding, he's free, and the only thing he's doing is watching my races. And after every race, he texts me, oh, you did this good, you did this bad. He always trying to teach me how to be a better jockey after every single race. The best feeling is riding with your dad. No matter if you got the worst horse in the race, it's another feeling to ride with him. That was the best thing in racing. I have won stakes, I have won a lot of races, but I just want to beat him. That's all. I just want to beat and show him who's the best. I already knew this is what I wanted to do since I was a kid. So I know this is my passion. I can't imagine being more than a month without riding horses. This is what I really like. I really like the adrenaline whenever the gates open. I like the adrenaline during the race. I like the adrenaline in the turf races whenever you're swerving in and out horses. Is another feeling. Maybe I haven't achieved all my goals, but at least I made it. One of my goals since I was a kid was to become a jockey, and right now I'm living out of it, so it feels great. It feels amazing.
Bright future for that young man. So yeah, August 15th, spill at Saratoga. Went to the hospital, got his hip evaluated. 12 hours later, he's back to work Torpedo Anna for Ken McPeek. And McPeek has said his work ethic, his willingness just to be available for the barn has really impressed him. Feels like he's one of these young guys that's that next generation of talented riders.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just laughing a little bit because he's saying I maybe haven't reached all my goals, but I made it. You got plenty of time to reach all your goals. You're ahead of the curve. You're doing well. Nice win earlier. And, what people don't know is jockeys go out in the morning and work. You don't get paid for that work. Basically, what you're doing is auditioning for the mounts. Trainer wants to see if you get along with the horse, how you get, do it together, and they want to see a work ethic. So to have that spill, shake it off, and be out there by the crack of dawn the next morning shows not just Kenny McPeek, but a lot of trainers how bad you want it.
Yeah. Here's Fitzpatrick, who drops down in class for race 6 to lead off the post parade.
Yeah, dropping down in class is going to have to find a better race than we saw the last 2 starts.
Forgiving Spirit, 2 starts to go with Linda Rice, probably the quickest race anyone has in here. This one's back with Linda Rice now.
Well, she's done enough to take this horse back. I think it's always a vote of confidence.
Manta Ray cuts back in distance. Rob Falcone Jr. off the claim.
I think that's the key. This horse wants to sprint. 4 wins, all 4 came sprinting.
Here's Rivera on Rabbit Hound, long shot.
Trained by Dan Ward, who does a terrific job, and he's had a good record shipping into New York.
Gun Maestro 33-1.
Yeah, his moving up in company is going to have to find a race better than what we've seen recently.
Honorary Degree is the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, kind of the same as the 7 Maestro. A race that we haven't seen in a long time would have to be in order to be anywhere in contention.
And the shortest price favorite we're going to see on this entire card right here, Master of Arms. Big drop in class, but 5 months away.
5 months away, precipitous drop in class. It looks like this horse could win this race on memory, though.
Bit of a red flag, though, the drop. We will see if this one can run to expectations. Heavily singled in this pick 6 carryover. The one to beat, no question. We'll be back 6th from Belmont to the Big A when we return.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for 3rd today. At the 16th hole, Godine is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Coming up on the 6th on the card, and the shortest price favorite we've seen all day. This one right here, Master of Arms. Big drop in class. Looks like lays over this field, but a 5-month layoff and a bit of a red flag with the drop has not scared the public away. Let's go to Acacia.
Has definitely not scared the public at a short price. And this is a horse that previously had run for $25,000 and recently has been running against better. So it does drop off the layoff. I thought he took an awful long time to warm up while he was out there on the track as your favorite. He is one that maybe he is just better, certainly on his numbers and what he's been running recently. He does look to be the best horse in this field, and maybe that will just come through. But I did think that there were a couple of other horses that I found a bit more intriguing, and we'll see what kind of pace does develop in here as the one benefit of Master of Arms. He was last early last time out, but he has the ability to be a little bit more forwardly placed and show some tactical speed. The number 4, Manta Ray, cutting back in distance, as Richie said, this horse is a sprinter. He's compact, he's built downhill. I know that he did run well going 2 turns, 2 starts back, closing from off of it, but everything about him says sprint. Christopher Elliott gave him an aggressive warm-up out there on the track as well, and he too dropping in class a little bit after being claimed for $25,000 last time out. I thought that this was the spot that he looks like he really did belong, just in everything that he's been built and the way that he is put together, and he does offer a nice price as well. The 3, Forgiving Spirit, another one that I thought was interesting, and he is a reclaim for Linda Rice. Did get very washy in the preliminaries here today. That is very normal for him. He did that last time as well, and 2 starts back as well. Just a horse that gets completely washed out prior to his race, but not overly agitated. So I think that that's a plus. Kendrick Carmouche took him right out of the post parade. He kind of did like a little hop and skip and burst it off for his warm up there, and then did come back to him pretty nicely. A horse that looks like he's just doing really, really well right now. And always pay attention when Linda dips back in for another one. See if he can get back to the winner's circle for her again after winning against a bit lesser 2 starts back with a stumbling start. Greg?
Forgiving Spirit is incredibly interesting. Look, 2-1 second choice, but the start 2 back, even the favorite, I don't think has a race as fast as that. If somehow he can get back to it, and ran that race with Linda Rice, now back with Linda Rice.
I mean, this is a horse that's very popular at the claim box, right? I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 claims in the last 12 starts, and Linda Rice goes back in for this horse. That's always a vote of confidence. They feel like they have a familiarity, some knowledge of how the horse needs to be handled. Major player here. I saw me and Acacia both landed on the 4, Manta Ray, purely on the strength of this horse getting back to what I think he really wants to do, and that's sprint, and the acknowledgement that the 9, Master of Arms, probably has the most natural ability. I just think there's some things to be concerned with.
3-5 favorite from the outside post for Master of Arms, who had been competitive against a lot better company the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 I mean, 1-4-50 conditioned back in January. Was competitive for A other than the last couple of starts. Warstride is a monster, who he was a distant second to, but then 5 months away, and now the drop.
Yeah, and one of the functions of claiming races is to keep people from dropping horses down in company that will basically overlay a field. Keep them from stealing purses, because a lot of times they won't bring the horse home. Someone else, they'll put the claim in, then they get a horse that's worth more money for less money. So there's a balancing act there. But that's one of the functions of claiming races, trying to keep a level playing field.
See what happens here on the probably most singled horse in this pick 6. 3-5 favorite. Dylan Davis on Master of Arms, 5 months away. Here's the return at the lowest level we've seen for the Mike Maker barn. Chris Griffin with the 6 for Belmont at the Big A.
Thanks, Greg. There's Rabbit Hound, Gun Maestro, Honorary Degree, last to load, Master of Arms. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Master of Arms is asked for speed, but company up front is Forgiving Spirit. Still has a nose advantage. Now Master of Arms puts a neck in front. But Forgiving Spirit's going to push that early tempo, and they go head-and-head in a pace duel on the front end. At the rail, there's Fitzpatrick as a chasing third. In between horses, here comes Rabbit Hound. Luis Rivera Jr. from fourth. Honorary Degree is going to be wide. Same can be said for Gun Maestro, the lone trailer. Manta Ray, 22 and 4. Pressured opening quarter mile. Forgiving Spirit took it right to Master of Arms, who's back for more. These two are head-and-head. At the rail, Forgiving Spirit still with a head advantage over Master of Arms, who's ready to pounce. Just off of them is Fitzpatrick, who's all in. Ranging up on the far outside, Honorary Degree. Rabbit Hounds trying to run on. Manta Ray from the back. They reach the top of the stretch, and they continue to throw down here. It is Master of Arms and Forgiving Spirit. Shoulder to shoulder. Fitzpatrick is trying to catch them both, is making up some ground. Up furlong left to go. Master of Arms is trying to put away Forgiving Spirit. Now up by a half length. Forgiving Spirit won't give in. A 16th left to go. Master of Arms is almost there. Master of Arms will win the battle. It's Master of Arms over Forgiving Spirit. Fitzpatrick and Rabbit Hound in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
Master of Arms dueling the entire way with Forgiving Spirit and able to put that one away and get the win.
Yeah, despite Dylan Davis dropping his rein right there in mid-stretch, was game, had to fight it out. It's looking like now the drop in class was warranted because this horse needed the length of the stretch to get by the second choice, Forgiving Spirit. It was just the best horse in a race that just looked like he had over the barrel. Just was, a horse dropping down precipitously in class.
Goes off at 1-2 in the end. Both these two who battled the entire length of the stretch, the 3 and 9, both moving to new barns. Both claimed.
Well, again, we already said Forgiving Spirit, very popular at the claim box, and now for $16,000, Master of Arms, he will have dinner in someone else's barn, and I'm sure they're excited to have him.
Master of Arms, Mike Maker, Dylan Davis. The victory here at a very short price. With 2 races still to come, you can catch the conclusion of this card on Naira Bets, see what happens. Obviously, huge weekend ahead. We'll have part of that starting really on the Friday card tomorrow, Futurity and Pilgrim, and then on the weekend it gets really fun. It's Our Time. Tom Amoss back in action.
Yeah, such a dazzling maiden debut in Saratoga. And it'll be interesting to see. These races are going to have certainly a lot of effect or a lot of how we view going into the Breeders' Cup. A good barometer of what we'll see going forward.
Pletcher, Spinaway, and hopeful winner. Who do you feel is the more likely sure thing winner over the weekend?
I'll go with Ted Nafi.
Okay.
The Colt. Definitely.
We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on our Fox Sports coverage in the Grade 3 Matron. It was Final Accord. Now 2 for 2. Nice call by Mig on this one. Marcassi Barn. Junior Alvarado. Impressive victory. Sprinting on the lawn. Tomorrow's Futurity. Belgian, 11-length winner in a race that came off the turf of the debut. Gets grass for the first time tomorrow in Stakes Company. And Botus, Miguel Clement. Impressive first out. It's a test in the Pilgrim on our Friday coverage.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650-75. Buy them.
Respect them.
70-75. Now 700. Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Race 6 official, Exacta 9-3, $3.03. The double, $8.94. Trifecta, $6. Superfecta, $35.98. And that pick 3, $44.93. Running time, 1 minute 10.06 seconds. Up next, it's race 7, 22 minutes away. Late double. Race 7. Scratch the 7. Race 7 in 22 minutes. And they're off. Master of Arms is asked for speed, but company up front is Forgiving Spirit. Still has a nose advantage. Now Master of Arms puts a neck in front. But Forgiving Spirit's going to push that early tempo, and they go head-and-head in a pace duel on the front end. At the rail, there's Fitzpatrick as a chasing third. In between horses, here comes Rabbit Hound. Luis Rivera Jr. from fourth. Honorary Degree is going to be wide. Same can be said for Gun Maestro, the lone trailer. Manta Ray, 22 and 4. Pressured opening quarter mile. Forgiving Spirit took it right to Master of Arms, who's back for more. These two are head-and-head. At the rail, Forgiving Spirit still with a head advantage over Master of Arms, who's ready to pounce. Just off of them is Fitzpatrick, who's all in. Ranging up on the far outside, Honorary Degree. Rabbit Hound's trying to run on. Manta Ray from the back. They reach the top of the stretch, and they continue to throw down here. It is Master of Arms and Forgiving Spirit. Shoulder to shoulder. Fitzpatrick is trying to catch them both, is making up some ground. A furlong left to go. Master of Arms is trying to put away Forgiving Spirit. Now up by a half length. Forgiving Spirit won't give in. A 16th left to go. Master of Arms is almost there. Master of Arms will win the battle. It's Master of Arms over Forgiving Spirit, Fitzpatrick, and Rabbit Hound in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, in the most impressive two-year-old debut of the year, It's Our Time won by nearly 18 lengths.
What an awesome performance from It's Our Time. He's going to win by the length of the stretch.
And now starts in the Champagne Stakes, a win-in-your-ring challenge for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, one of 5 stakes races from Belmont at the Big A. America's Day at the Races, Saturday, noon Eastern on FS1.
Horses step on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7, 7 minutes away. Today's 7th, late double, 7 minutes. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 7th, mile 16th, Inner Turf. Horses moving forward. Avenue Niel. Brocknardini. Last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. Fun with Flags. Towards the inside is showing speed. Immensitude is now going to press forward as they quickly come out of the chute. The leader. Immensitude. Junior Alvarado Immensitude. They'll show the way. Tight hold here up front. It's a moderate tempo early. All-American Beauty is tracking there as a close-up third with At the Rail. They're Fun with Flags. In between horses, just behind them is Torjate. He's patiently ridden from the 4th position. In behind them comes Avenue Niel, who's traveling in tandem with Fantasy Performer. The two at the back, that's Greoche and Brocknardini. 24.64 for that opening quarter mile. Immensitude, strong here to the backstretch. Immensitude is up top, is up by 3/4 of a length. All-American Beauty is chasing from second. Trying to move in closer now is Fun with Flags, who's at the rail in third. They haven't changed the running order much. Just Torjate, Joel Rosario in the 2 path here from 4th. They're in front. A Fantasy Performer who starts to move forward, and right behind them comes Avenue Niel. The 2 at the back, that's going to be Greoche and Brocknardini. They get set to move into the far turn, and the leader, Immensitude. Immensitude went 50 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Looks strong into the far turn. Immensitude is the target. Fun with Flags starts to engage towards the inside. All-American Beauty. Just behind them, Torjate looking for running room, and Avenue Niel. Immensitude is cut loose, and Immensitude was just crawling on the front end, is trying to sprint away from the field. Avenue Niel is in full pursuit. Same can be said for Fun with Flags. They're approaching a final furlong. Immensitude is almost there. Immensitude, this is going to be a front-running score. Takes them coast to coast. Immensitude, easily. Avenue Niel second, Fun with Flags. Then there was a late charge from Greoche and a photo with Torjate. 1 minute 43 seconds flat. Order finish. First, the 3, Immensitude. Second, the 4, Avenue Niel. Third, the 2, Fun with Flags. And fourth, the 8, Greyosh. 3-4, 2-8 in race 7. Running time, 1 minute 43.10. 2 wins on the day for Junior Alvarado. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 7th race, the 3, Immensitude. She's a 5-year-old. Brendan France. By Lawman. Out of Ma Petit Poulet. Winning owners, Watnan Racing. Winning trainers, Bill Mott. The winning jockey, Junior Alvarado. 3-4, 2-8 in race 7. Race 7's official. $1 exacta 3-4, $23.41. The double, $5.07. Trifecta, $44.50. Superfecta, $200.80. And the pick 3, $34.71. Grand Slam, $7.03. Running time, 1 minute 43.10. Up next, race 8, 8th and final. 20 minutes away. Race 8. 6 furlongs. Outer turf. Race 8 in 19 minutes. And they're off. Fun with Flags towards the inside is showing speed. Immensitude is now going to press forward as they quickly come out of the chute. The leader, Immensitude. Junior Alvarado, Immensitude. They'll show the way. Tight hold here up front. It's a moderate tempo early. All-American Beauty is tracking there as a close-up third with At the Rail. They're Fun with Flags. In between horses, just behind them is Torjate. He's patiently ridden from the 4th position. In behind them comes Avenue Niel, who's traveling in tandem with Fantasy Performer. The two at the back, that's Grayosh and Brock Nardini. 24.64 for that opening quarter mile. Immensitude strong here to the backstretch. Immensitude is up top, is up by 3/4 of a length. All American Beauty is chasing from second. Trying to move in closer now is Fun with Flags, who's at the rail in third. They haven't changed the running order much. Just Tour Jete, Joel Rosario in the two path here from fourth. They're in front. A Fantasy Performer who starts to move forward, and right behind them comes Avenue Niel. The two at the back, that's going to be Grayosh and Brock Nardini. They get set to move into the far turn, and the leader, Immensitude. Immensitude went 50 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Looks strong into the far turn. Immensitude is the target. Fun with Flags starts to engage towards the inside. All American Beauty just behind them. Tour Jete looking for running room, and Avenue Niel. Immensitude is cut loose, and Immensitude was just crawling on the front end, is trying to sprint away from the field. Avenue Niel is in full pursuit. Same can be said for Fun with Flags. They're approaching a final furlong. Immensitude is almost there. Immensitude, this is going to be a front-running score. Takes them coast to coast. Immensitude, easily. Avenue Niel second, Fun with Flags. Then there was a late charge from Grayosh and a photo with Tour Jete. 1 minute 43 seconds flat.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fastbacks, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fastbacks today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 8th race. Race 8, 6 minutes away. Today's 8th, 6 furlongs outer turf. Race 8 in 6 minutes. Approach the gate for race 8. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please on advice of the track vet. Late scratch here in today's 8th race. Scratch the 9, Bourbon Slip. The 9, Bourbon Slip. On advice of the track vet, late scratch in today's 8th race. Refunds in the win play show pool on the 9. Constellation doubles pick 3s. Scratch the 9. Race 8. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for the 8th and final. Runners loading. It's post time for today's 8th. 8th and final on this Thursday afternoon. Garden of Grace moving forward. Fifi LaFume. Amelia. Deflection Point. Purest Performance. One more to the outside. That's Frog Hollow Summer. Frog Hollow Summer goes in. All set. And they're off. Purest Performance breaks well, and so does Frog Hollow Summer. The two outside markers now crossing over. It's going to be Frog Hollow Summer, who's a neck in front. Right behind is Purest Performance, and in between horses, here comes Deflection Point. Has got some forward movement. Garden of Grace just had a steady check. The favorite is last early. They work up the backstretch in Purest Performance. Now with a head advantage. Frog Hollow Summer towards the outside is a stalking second. Less than 4 furlongs to go. 22.25 in the opening quarter mile. Here comes the run down towards the inside. Deflection Point. In very tight there is Argentiera. Fifi LaFume sees a seam at the rail. Is trying to move on through. There 4 across the course there in that second grouping. All in towards the outside. Amelia's asked the question. One in hand is 5 Dozen Roses. Appears to have run nowhere to go. Tahila, Garden of Grace is going to have to pass them all. 45.40 for a half-mile time. And the leader to the outside, Frog Hollow Summer. Fifi LaFume is tipped towards the outside, has some run. Garden of Grace is lifting, has a lot of momentum, is chasing 5 Dozen Roses. Complexion completely changes. Fifi LaFume inside the final 16th. Here's Fifi LaFume drifting out. Fifi LaFume wins the finale. Fifi LaFume wins it over 5 Dozen Roses, Garden of Grace, Tahila, and Purest Performance in 1 minute 9.29. Fifi LaFume at 17-1. Order finish. First, the 3, Fifi LaFume. Second, the 5, 5 Dozen Roses. Third, the 1, Garden of Grace. Fourth, the 2, Tehila. 3-5, 1-2 in race 8. Into the winner's circle. Winner of today's 8th race, the 3, Fifi LaFume. She's a 3-year-old, bred in New York by McKinsey out of Comic City. Winning owners, Imperio, La Marca Stable, Catron, and Rodriguez. Winning trainers, Rudy Rodriguez, and the winning jockey, Ruben Silvera. Fifi LaFume, bred in New York by Fred Hertick III, John D. Fielding, and Robert L. Tribbett. 3-5, 1-2. Race 8, it's official. The $1 exacta 3-5, $96.22. The double 3 with 3, $50.61. Consolation double 3-9, $297. Trifecta, $138.03. The superfecta, $617.41. Pick 3, $121.16. The pick 3, consolation pick 3, $5.08. Late pick 4, $367.80. Late pick 5, $2,105.13. In the pick 6, 5 out of 6, $124.37. 6 of 6, $26,155.17 in the pick 6. Final running time in race 8, 1 minute 9.29 seconds. That will conclude our live racing action here for this Thursday afternoon. Right back here tomorrow for a Friday of great racing action. Tomorrow's Friday afternoon program. 9 races on the car with a first post time of 1:10. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Enjoy your evening, and we'll be right back here tomorrow. 9 races of Friday. First post time of 1:10. And some more Great racing action here with the New York Racing Association and Live Racing Belmont at the Big A. Good night. And they're off. Pierce Performance breaks well, and so does Frog Hollow Summer. The two outside markers now crossing over. It's going to be Frog Hollow Summer, who's a neck in front. Right behind is Pierce Performance, and in between horses, here comes Deflection Point. Has got some forward movement. Garden of Grace just had a steady check. The favorite is last early. They work up the backstretch in Pierce Performance, now with a head advantage. Frog Hollow Summer towards the outside is a stalking second, less than 4 furlongs to go. 22.25 in the opening quarter mile. Here comes the run down towards the inside Deflection Point. In very tight there is Argentiera. Fifi Lafume sees a seam at the rail, is trying to move on through. There 4 across the course there in that second grouping. All in towards the outside. Amelia's asked the question. One in hand is 5 Dozen Roses. Appears to have run nowhere to go. Tahila Garden of Grace is going to have to pass them all. 45.40 for a half-mile time. And the leader to the outside, Frog Hollow Summer. Fifi Lafume is tipped towards the outside, has some run. Garden of Grace is lifting, has a lot of momentum, is chasing 5 Dozen Roses. Complexion completely changes. Fifi Lafume inside the final 16th. Here's Fifi Lafume drifting out. Fifi Lafume wins the finale. Fifi Lafume wins it over 5 Dozen Roses, Garden of Grace, Tahila, and Pierce Performance in 1:09.29. Fifi Lafume at 17-1.